What's up, peeps? Let some people get in here. Let some people get in here. What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm still finishing up my breakfast, but trying to clear something up. I'm hoping we can get some people in here so that way the word can get spread a little bit, because there's some uneducated people out there, and I'm trying to push this, and people are just not understanding. I'll just go ahead and start. I'll probably have to repeat myself a couple times as people come in so they understand what the fuck's going on. But you may see a post or clips or shorts going around about, oh my God, Texas has outlawed cannabis. They're making a bill and they're gonna get rid of it. Oh my God, they're getting rid of THCA. It's not fair. Nobody voted on it. Oh my God, they're getting rid of weed. No. Oh my God. Stop it. That's not what it is. It's not what it is. They're getting rid of THC hemp. Remember, I've been telling you guys this. I've been telling you there's a difference. THC hemp is different than THCA marijuana. They're not getting rid of their medical program. They're not getting rid of, like, people need to stop that. And the problem is, people still are not understanding the difference between THCA hemp that you can buy at a gas station and regular fucking marijuana. THCA is a cannabinoid. It's found in the plant, whether it's hemp or fucking the psychoactive, it's in the plant. What you got to remember is when we talk about what defines hemp, it comes from the Farm Bill, and it comes from big ag culture companies. They wanted to grow hemp, and so they had to give hemp a number to classify it as hemp, so it wasn't the psychoactive weed, and that is Delta 9 0.3%. Delta 9 THC. That's what they're going to outlaw in Texas. And I'm for it. I'm all for it. Because obviously, people are too stupid to know the difference between the two. Then they're going to buy a THCA flower thinking it's weed, not knowing it's not really weed. They think they're getting high, and they're not. Wait until they get rid of the THCA hemp and the people actually smoke real weed. Wait, you'll see. People are going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe that we were being duped. You're not being duped. You're duping yourself, because there's people out here trying to tell you this. We're trying to tell you it wasn't real weed. So stop going around telling people that Texas is outlawed cannabis, because that's not what's happening. Like, stop it. What's that about law? I mean, when I'm done with my breakfast and stuff, we get going here. I will show you. I had my wife go ahead and pick up a gram a day at the dispo yesterday, and on the fucking label, It shows Delta 9 numbers. And I'm going to show you. Like I said, the hemp, to classify as hemp, 0.3%. Let me just tell you right now, the Delta 9 THCA, because that's how they got it marked on the package, is over 56 point whatever percent. Real weed. Real weed. Right. Everybody's like, oh, it's really high in THCA. It's real weed. As soon as you heat it, it converts to THC. Mm, yes and no. Yes and no. Because we're not talking about just straight THC numbers. You guys are forgetting Delta 9 THC. Put that in your brain. Delta 9 THC. Delta 9 THC. Delta 9 THC. You can get THCA at 29% and still be at Delta 9 THC level of 0.2%, which is classified as hemp. It's not all the same. I want them to outlaw it because obviously people are too stupid to understand the difference between the two. They just need to get rid of THCA. I know it sucks for a lot of people. They'll lose money and shit like that, I mean that sucks. But at the same time, you're not educating the fucking people. You're not passionate about weed. Obviously, you're just in it to make money and take advantage of the stupidity of people. Get rid of it. I mean, holy fuck. People are not getting educated. They're getting taken advantage of. And once you start taking advantage of people, I say, fuck it, just go ahead and outlaw it because you don't care to educate the people about it. So go ahead and just get rid of it. Well, it'll make the price of real weed come back up. Texas, Texas did not. They're not getting rid of fucking weed. It's not what it is. And the crazy thing to me, it actually kind of pisses me off. There's people that don't even smoke weed, don't know shit about weed, but they're going to use weed as content for their channel. And they're too stupid already because they know nothing about weed to understand the difference between the two. So there are bigger channels. Now they're fear mongering people, pissing people off, thinking that weed's getting outlawed in Texas. But because the content creator that has all these followers don't really know what they're talking about, have all these followers, now this shit spreads like wildfire. All because somebody wanted to use content that they know nothing about. You just wanted to take the fact, oh my God, Texas is outlawing weed. And you took that and you ran with it. You know nothing about what you're talking about. But you use that as content. You got a lot of people, a lot of subs. So now all these people watch you. Now they're gonna go around, share your post, tell everybody about it, and it's not even true. It's not true. Stop. Oh, and I'm wondering what at my grow store can help me stop the stretch. I'll wait for somebody to answer that. That's the thing, though. They're not trying to get rid of weed, though. They're not going to get rid of weed. They might put some more restrictions on it and make it harder for people but they're not going to get rid of weed. I mean, you're going to tell me that they got a good taste of all the tax money that they're getting, and then you're going to decide, nah. Or are they going to get rid of the fake shit that everybody thinks is real weed, so that way they can make more tax dollars on the real weed? Yeah. California's had a medical program since like 1996, and they're not going to get rid of weed. They'll put more regulations. I could see that. I know Oklahoma was putting more fire marshal fucking fire codes and shit on grow ops and things like that. That was hurting some grow ops. Shorter buds? No, I want less stretch. Like I don't want legs. I I usually don't get really long legs, but oh, I guess I can. I kind of gotta have to go into what it was. I seen a clip, and Carl was talking about how much his plants stretched, and he said there was nothing he could do about it because the grocery store didn't have what he needed, so the stretch got out of control. Something to that effect. So I'm just wondering, what at the grocery store can I buy that stops stretch? Because to me, I always was under the impression the way you stop stretch is part of you being a good grower. It's part of grower talent is to know when to flip the plant, so you let the stretch work with you instead of working against you. But if you over veg your plants, which is what he didn't say, that's what he should have said. You over veg your plants. I mean, it happens. But to try to tell a bunch of people, oh yeah, the grocery store didn't have what I need, so I couldn't control the stretch and blah blah blah. Like poor guy is already inside the light, maybe even got buttons showing yet. Maybe he got buds. There ain't no buds though. So by the time the buds start growing, they're gonna be up in the light getting fucking burnt. But someday I'll learn how to grow in my fucking trailer, right, Carl? Right, Carl? Carl! I know a good grower isn't going to tell you he got 8 big plants and 3 little plants that you're doing a pheno hunt all in the same flowering tent. Good grower isn't going to tell you that. That sounds fucking insane. That's insane. Yeah, I don't know. You gotta go look at that. Oh, oh shit! I'm on my phone. I fucking show you the clip. I was dying. Sound like the guy was trying to come up with so many different excuses. Yeah, and the temperatures, getting warm in here, grocery store not have what I need, stretch, you overmatched. I know you don't want to admit it because I've been telling you that for this whole fucking time, but just admit it. I was right. You overmatched, and now you're seeing the consequences. I mean, I don't know what you're gonna do because you can't raise your lights up anymore. Huh? I know what to do. I know what to do. You need to go in there and strip all the leaves off. That's what you need to do. That'll help. I only continue to bust fucking Carl's balls because he acts like he fucking is the king shit at growing and that everybody should listen to him. And after he made the comment, I'm just jealous because I would never grow as much as him in my fucking trailer. Dude, scalability. If I had your room, that motherfucker, I would blow that fucker out. You ain't got a fucking clue. And I would do it so fucking quick. Every 2 months would be banging fucking, yeah, no, you're crazy. You're fucking crazy. All you're gonna get small little ass buds, fucking burnt by the light. Yeah, you're fucking nuts. Just admit it. You overvet. It's not a big deal. Everybody does it. Leg to stick ratio, I blow you, or bud to stick ratio, I blow you out of the fucking water every time. I don't know if this works. Does that work if I put it in this chat? Like that? Or do I have to put it in StreamYards? Or do I have to put it in YouTube? See if I can do it real quick. Go. Huh. I've never been able to post it through StreamYard chat like that. Get it to work. Look, I'm trying to be nicer. I want to help people fucking learn to grow. But I get fucking irritated at these people. Like, oh my fucking god. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. But seriously though, like all THC flower isn't created equal. It's not the same. They've been convincing people, they've been telling people, I mean, people will just straight up argue with me about it. And it's like, look, go look up this company, THCA flower, and you tell me what it says. And you go and you can read about just go read about the company and it'll tell you how it's trying to strive to grow the best hemp that it possibly can and be compliant with all the rules. Like, it's telling you that it's hemp. And you're arguing with me, telling me that I'm wrong. It's going to get you high once you heat it with a lighter. Like, mm, mm. It's not the same. Again, if it was the same, dispensaries wouldn't have paid $1 million opening dispensaries. They would have went and opened gas stations. They would have went and opened tobacco shops. They would have went and opened fucking, yeah, at that rate, you could have went and fucking opened a restaurant and been selling THCA out of it. Because, I mean, you could have did anything else that was a lot cheaper as a business and sold THCA flower instead of opening a dispensary if it was the same thing. Oh shit, CLTV's live. There's my unky donkey.
Yo,
Yo,
why are they changing things?
who?
The people that are doing this hemp business,
Why
trying
are
to
they, why
pass
are they changing it?
pass.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. The guys that probably paid millions of dollars for these grow facilities and millions of dollars to have dispensaries to be able to sell, whether it's medical or recreational, are probably tired of people being confused and buying shit that's not the same out of a gas station.
I
Because it's
mean,
deception.
why is the other stuff out there?
Because it can. Because it falls under the loophole of the farm bill. So all I gotta do is say, THCA is the same. As soon as you heat it, it converts to THC. Everybody's like, oh sweet, I don't have to go to the dispensary anymore. And guess what?
But
The
it's
government
different.
start losing tax dollars because people think this fucking fake weed is real weed and people are just buying it up like crazy. And so now if I outlaw it, you're gonna realize what real weed is and I'm gonna make more tax money. Because
Well,
you're gonna want
what is fake weed then? What's the difference?
hemp. One's hemp, which has very, very like minute psychoactive effects. To
What?
where
So they've picked a certain strain or something that has certain levels of this, that, and the other.
absolutely.
And
You know,
to
hemp
have
is
them
hemp.
levels in, does it has to reduce what we actually want?
Yeah, Delta 9. See, people forget about it's the Delta 9 number. Delta 9 THC. So that's the psychoactive THC. Delta 9 THCA is what converts into Delta 9 THC psychoactive. Not all THCA is Delta 9. What people don't understand.
Yeah,
Some
it's
of it,
like baking a cake
look,
without eggs.
look, back in the day, what people think is real weed now, back in the day, they used to make rope. They probably still do.
Yeah, the
But
grow fields are that
because
up here.
the lack of education, and that's part of the thing that kind of upsets me is instead of people being passionate about weed, being this and that, no. It's all a money grab, right? So instead of me educating you on what real weed is, I'm going to convince you this bullshit hemp is real weed. You just got to heat it. It'll turn into THC.
Yeah,
Instead of
well,
me educating
they can do it, can't they? There's no one stopping them because they've got that loophole.
yeah, with the farm bill.
I'm glad you went live, though, Chop. I've been worried about you being stuck inside that inline fan all night in a vortex. Did your neighbour come and steal your fuse board this morning, and you managed to escape?
No, I don't have cool friends like that.
What's your solution for that? Have you thought it over?
For this
How are you
fan,
gonna? Yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna do, honestly, because I'm afraid it's gonna suck the tent poles bent. I think it's gonna bend them.
Even on its lowest.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Right.
It's pretty powerful.
That thing that that picture that I showed you. I had one that even on its lowest was still grossly overpowered, and that took it down even more. to where it's hardly pulling.
Right. But it's still, yeah, I may end up having to just use it to vent the whole lung room. I just fucking set it up to vent it out the window so I can.
Yeah, that's not a.
Well, I
You
kind
used
of
to
fucked
talk
up.
about that, innit? Sorting your lung room climate
Well,
out.
remember yesterday I was saying it was only $60. It was only 400
Yeah.
CFMs, all that. I was thinking I was buying the 6-inch, but I got this one's actually $75. I paid
Right.
$75. But still, I mean that's
Third of the price.
that's half the price of an AC Infinity.
Yeah. Well, they're 200, aren't they? The ACs.
Well, one that's equivalent to this, that's close to this, with just a simple dial and stuff without the controller and everything,
Yeah.
is 159 for an 8-inch.
Oh, right. Right. Half the price.
But I mean, the AC Infinity also moves 807 CFMs, so like 57 more CFMs. But it's 57 when you're in the 800 CFM range. Is the 57 going to make that much of a difference? Like maybe, but I mean, 750.
Well, most of all, Chop, what I'd do if I was Carl, them 3 little spastic plants that I've got on the edge of the room where there's hardly any lights, I would get them within the canopy where that massive hole is in the middle. Just a thought, if he's,
Yeah, he's pheno hunting, so I guess pheno hunting means no light, beat the shit out. I don't fucking know what it means anymore.
Yeah. Well, it means when you're pheno hunting, you want to give them not enough light. Probably hit them with the same newts as you're giving the things that are in full light when you don't know how they're eating, and then you can grow them shitty and figure out which one you like the best.
It makes no sense.
Because you can just keep growing them shitty and get the same results.
When you pheno hunt, you definitely want the plants to have the best of the best, because that's how they're going to show you their best expression.
Yeah,
if
you want them to grow how you're going to grow them, don't you? Really?
Right. If you're going to throw a plant underneath another plant that's never going to get any light, how's that thing ever going to grow to any potential? How are you ever going to be able to test what the full potential of that plant is? It just doesn't make sense.
No idea.
I take back the part that Carl knows how to grow.
It's too squashed up against the wall to tell at this stage. Anything can happen, you know.
Well, I mean,
and if you put them little pots in the middle, how's he going to be able to maneuver on his hands and knees when he's watering?
You're still in stretch. You're already into the light. I don't know what you're going to do when buds start forming. I mean, it's just crazy.
How do you guys not know what pheno hunting is?
What's that?
How do you guys not know what pheno hunting is? And both of you motherfuckers know how to grow.
Oh, I know what a pheno hunt is, but I mean,
yeah, it's where you don't do anything to the plants, and you can be as lazy as fuck, because all you got to say is, "I'm pheno hunting."
Oh yeah.
It's an excuse. It's the get out clause. It's like putting testers on the.
There for a minute, I was like, "Is he being serious?"
Hell no.
That's what I'm gonna do. Instead of putting testers on my seed pack, on my tent, I'm gonna put a pheno hunt, on it. Yeah. So whenever I open it, it don't matter.
It doesn't matter because of the hunt.
Yeah, you might get a fucking herm too. That's part of the hunt.
But hang on, you've got to be fair about canopies. When you're doing a pheno hunt, your canopy can be a bit wonky because everyone's going to behave different. So maybe you do want to squash them up. Maybe you want to squash them up against the wall and let them chill.
But that's how you can tell which ones are the stretchier ones, which ones don't stretch as much, which one stacks, which one. I mean, that's how you figure out what you want. But you have to give them the best of the best still. You can't throw them underneath the canopy of another plant.
I mean, I thought, foolish as it sounds, that when I counted 11 plants, that it was picking up on the you know, a bit less lag, maybe chuck a bit more plants in there. And he was using the pheno hunt as the excuse to adopt more
Well, but he
plants.
also, what did he say in there? He said something about the grow store didn't have the stuff I needed, so I couldn't control the stretch. Wait,
Yeah, I
what?
didn't watch it,
Hey,
Chop. He said what?
that's
Something to stop
crazy.
the stretch.
Let's break this down. I was just having a conversation on Instagram about the stretch. So what does it mean?
I don't know. What is there at the store that I can buy that stops the stretch? Or is the stopping the stretch part of being a good grower? Learning the strain and knowing when to flip it and using the stretch as for you instead of against you.
You know, just imagine you're in a room and there's a plant and God says, you can do whatever you want to that plant. And then you start growing it, but you don't do anything. And then you tell people a story. That's weird. To me, it's like, bro, you can move the plant in any direction. It's literally like a Lego set now. You do what you want with it. So when it gets unhandling and you can't control it, you're an idiot. You just have no idea how to even do normal shit.
It's
Like real
because
talk.
because of you. You're the one that didn't control it. Like, I mean, what do you mean the store didn't have something to help you control the
Well,
stretch?
somebody else has got to. It's the store's fault, isn't it? They had no monosilicates for me to spray and things to reduce the stretch.
Man, you're gonna make me go find
Open
that.
sesame.
You're gonna make me go find that clip, aren't you? I think it was you that put the clip out there.
Yeah, it's on my channel, but I didn't watch it. I just clips get sent to me and I upload them, like, you know. But yes, I believe it's the shop's fault.
All right, let me see if I can.
Yeah, could you imagine you live in an area where if you're not careful with your shop, your plants will get stretchy?
Yeah, if your shop
In the
doesn't
middle of
have the right strain.
Michigan, where every shop's probably a hydro shop.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I'm going to go to that shop on the corner, you know, down the road, that one. That if you shop there, you get dead short plants.
Yep.
That's where I go now.
Smart. You're learning. You're
Well,
an
it's
informed
Carl.
shopper.
It's Carl that teaches.
Oh, yeah.
But I fear he's going to have them them dreaded things you've got creative going on, which I'm a professional bud bleacher. Believe you me, I've done the bleach many a time.
Yeah, I got one bud. This is my first time I got one bud.
You can have one or two on, just one or two show up. But I do fear that's Carl's going to run into this issue again this time.
Oh, yeah, because he has way too much of a canopy. That's close. You can't like just pull one bud down from that.
To have that on full wank. And is he? I mean, I don't even know what. I think he's on the early stretch.
Behind that, but it's here nor there. Let's just say things at the grow shop are not available, and my nighttime temps are a little warmer than I want. So, doing a couple things, I've had a little more stretching than I like. But other than that, yeah, we're cranking right along. Saturday, I start the strip. Get all the fucking leaves off 4 of these. Yeah, knock these 4 off, and then them other 4 off, and shouldn't be too bad. Knock them parts. Got the other pheno over there, the seedling.
Why is he so let down? He's normally like,
look at the massive hole.
I got 8 big ones and 3 small ones.
It's like 2
so
foot
basically,
square.
you know what I'm saying? The 3 small ones are the stone.
I'm still mind blown that he thinks he's got to get that plant that big to fill that canopy.
Like 2 insurance guy. It's one thing about weed, man. Every grower has a different recipe. Just like pizza, man. I did soil for 10 years. And
diabolical.
Yeah,
pretty diabolical.
He said something about the store didn't have what he needed, and his light temps are high.
Yeah.
Well, now his nighttime temps. His nighttime, isn't it absolutely freezing over there in Michigan at the minute? Huh?
I don't know. You know, he said that the store was
It was
out of a
everybody
bunch of-
else's fault, though, wasn't it?
The store was
It was
out of a
everybody
bunch of-
else's fault, though, wasn't it? Come on.
Yeah, didn't have
Oh,
nothing to do with him.
look. And then we got Gigi fucking, what up, Gigi? You're fucking, he's got me up right now. Like,
Oh,
are you
is he
fucking-
restreaming your chop? Everybody else's fault,
yeah,
though, wasn't it?
restreaming.
Yeah, didn't have nothing to do with
Oh,
him.
for fuck's sake.
And then we got Gigi fucking, what up, Gigi? What up, man? Fucking,
Doing.
he's
So
got me
now,
up.
basically, chop, we're
I don't care.
on GG's panel. So we've just earned a bunch of enemies now because we're on GB's panel.
So
Oh,
I'm out. Later. Oh, fuck.
stop it.
Hey, he
done
left the fucking panel, left us. Ain't this a
He's
bitch?
done a dirty creative.
Oh, man.
Holy hell. It's a trap.
Hey, well, look. I
I
didn't
got
What
no
vote for
product
Joe
do you
Biden.
I got you.
reduce stretch with?
I got you on Gigi's panel and I split.
I'm just going to let
You've done
everybody
us
know on this
dirty
panel I
there.
did not vote for Joe Biden, and I never will.
Look, I don't give a shit about restreams and stuff. Like, do you think?
I don't give
Well,
a
I'm on
shit
the
about
internet.
any of it. Go anywhere you like, mate. Talk to whoever you like.
Yeah, matter of fact, it would be really cool if somebody would restream someone restreaming.
Oh, we've done
Us.
it.
We've
That's
done
been
that.
done
Yeah, we've
loads
done
of
that.
times.
We've restreamed the restreamer that's restreaming the restreamer. It's fun.
And then that guy was restreaming it and fell asleep, and we even restreamed that.
I wonder, like, if that like fucks up the universe, or the universe is like, you guys got me fucked up. These timelines, I don't even know
Wow.
which one's which.
It does have a name. It's called crossing the streams, especially if you catch a restreamer restreaming someone that's already restreaming them, and then you restream that.
I mean, like,
That's
imagine
dangerous.
you have like your time that you live in, your life right now. We're in this zone, and time moves at this time. So then,
I call
in
it
the
touching the
metaverse,
tips.
it's a different time. So then someone's experiencing us in the past. And then so you're experiencing someone in the past, experiencing someone in the past, experiencing someone in the past, experiencing someone in the past while you're
What up,
in the
boom, boom?
future almost. So is it like a time machine?
You all think
like
they're
you're in the
stupid for doing it?
Mm-hmm.
They're actually trying to do science for mankind, figuring out echo time.
I always just call it touching tips.
Is that the term you use?
Yeah, you got to use whatever terminology is closest to what you're used to saying.
Like Gigi right now. He reaching over trying to touch the tip. He reaching over. You getting it?
Are
You getting
is he touching? Are you getting any? He stood on the other side of the fence with his hip hanging through the fence hole.
He won't come out of his yard.
Oh, wow. Stop.
What are you smoking, Gigi? You got that little roach?
Yeah, I don't think those lights that Carl has, there's no fucking way that light manufacturer recommends those to be that close.
Fuck no. They're never
There's
supposed
no
to be
way.
that
I've never
close.
seen a light manufacturer
Well, I
say
mean,
it's okay.
did you see any bud on those? So
No, I didn't.
he
never
said
do.
he's going to be doing his leaf strip like in the next couple days. So then I've got to assume that's at day 21, right? So we're talking 3 weeks in the flower. Did you see any buds? 3 weeks in the flower? I did not see any buds. So therefore, for as close as he is to the light, and he can't move the light anymore, he can't stretch the plants out anymore. He can't get the glory hole in the middle any bigger than what it already is. So the buds are going to grow into the light, and he's going to either have bleaching issues or I don't know what he's going to do.
That was a brilliant analysis. You even gave us a time frame and helped us understand what day was on by the leaf strip. I commend you.
Imagine if Carl, like, not to compare me or anything, but imagine if he had like what I have in my 4x4 tent. He likes to do his big plants. So he does one plant per 4x4 area in his whole grow space. How much weed would he have? A lot more than he has now, for sure. And it would be
How
so
much of a veg
manageable and it
was
would
that?
look fucking beautiful. It would just be a big ass fucking field of fucking colas.
How long a veg was that?
I don't know. Not very long. Not very long. It's probably like, I don't even know. I don't even want to guess, honestly.
Well, his
Mhm.
veg, he veges the length that he flowers in cocoa.
No, it's 21 days he veggies. It's 21 days from the cup, the school of chop.
No, he clones and then puts his plants in flower. So therefore, it's at least 60 days. And what do you think a plant's going to look like 60 days? A healthy plant, 60 days in a 15-gallon pot of cocoa.
Well, what if it's took you 4 weeks to get a nice root ball on it before you even consider it rooted?
So, like, I don't know what he does, but like that plant, I remember I had it in the 18-ounce cup, and then I took it to a 1.25 gallon. Then I put it in a 5-gallon, and by the time I put it in a 5-gallon, I put it in a tent. It was within a week I flipped it. So like all those things had to happen pretty fucking quick because the pots were small. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a week, 10 days between them.
Well,
Weeks max, maybe.
in cocoa, 2 to 3 weeks, they're wanting to be up potted because it grows so
big
fucking
time.
fast.
Yeah, big time. So I'm wondering, how.
And I
We
know
do
you
not know
have,
how.
I'm waiting.
Why?
I didn't
How
see the.
dare you ask why?
He had a super buff cherry. He had a super buff cherry clone going while his last room was flowering. So this room is now flowering. Now he's got a new flower going on, and I'm still not seeing the super buff cherry clone. I wonder what happened with that. Can we get an
Lovely.
update on that? I mean, because I
Lovely.
wanted to see what was going on with that. I was hoping he was gonna show me how to grow the super buff cherries.
What happens on a lot of these grow channels, I don't know if you've noticed, they'll give you great updates on things, and then the next updates, there's a change around, maybe a plant missing, and never tell you what really happened. It's just vanished into the ether, that plant.
I mean, the
I've done
amount of time, the last time I seen that super
I've
buff
done that.
cherry, he should have already had a mom and fucking been cloning that thing by now.
Maybe he's building an army, because I heard that
You could do that really
he's
quick.
doing an outdoor 75-gallon cocoa, 75
Oh
gallon
yeah,
outdoor.
on a fucking pallet.
Cocoa
Hey,
outside sounds
didn't he get
retarded.
set? I think he got set last year.
Cocoa
he got set.
outside.
Yeah.
That don't even sound right.
Well, I mean, cocoa outside don't even
Yeah,
sound right, does it?
No,
You're
that's
just
what I
gonna
meant.
have to.
Cocoa outside does not sound right at all.
You're just gonna
Like,
have
why
to
would you
leave
be growing? That don't
your
even make
garden
sense.
hose. Your garden
Well,
hose is
there you
gonna be
go
on it
again,
all the time.
creative, asking
Yeah.
why.
Just crack
This
the
is the
garden hose, leave
greatest
it running.
grower on YouTube, giving you little golden nuggets of information. Dare not ask why. Just do it. Just
Yeah,
do
so
it.
look, my 4x4 is the size of that big ass plant we just seen in that video of Carl's. Why can't he do what I did or similar?
I can tell you why. I can tell
I
you
don't
why.
get it.
I can
Because
tell
if you
you,
had another one behind it, you wouldn't be able to crawl on your hands and knees to water it.
it's really simple. It's really easy. He over veges. 2-month veg is way too long for those. I mean, that's way too long. For
Yeah,
what
and
he's
cocoa,
doing, it's way too long.
2 months? That's
No,
crazy. That's a whole
they get
flowering
way
cycle.
too fucking big. And then they're just tall string beanie. So that way he can get them through the door. Then he puts them into the flower room. Then he stretches them out and does the training to them. Ends up with the big glory hole in the middle. They stretch right up into the light before it's time to bud. And now he's going to strip all the leaves off. Watch. I've seen him do this over and over and over. It's the same thing every time. And then he's going to show you at the end, he's going to be harvesting these teeny little buds. Never shows you a nice, decent bud. They're all little buds. And he'll tell you how he's the best.
If he trained them so very low and so very wide, he won't be able to get them through the door, would he?
You're right. They wouldn't. No, not in 2 months. Fuck no. You know how wide a plant is?
No.
If you took those, just look at those plants and imagine them being just as wide as they are tall. Could you?
Yeah.
He
But
would do
you
less.
know how we got
He would. He
stretched
wouldn't
this
have
time?
to. He wouldn't have to
Got
flower
stretched.
as many plants. But I remember him talking about wanting to go down to 6 plants, and now I heard he's got 8 plus 3, so that's 11
Yeah,
plants.
well,
So, I
that's
mean,
a pheno hunt. It's a
no,
pheno.
that's a guy that listens to too many plant killers, starting to revert back into major plant killer shit.
Well, you know how the shop did us dirty and made our plant stretchy this run.
They didn't
So
have the
the
stuff that
legs,
I needed. They didn't have the stuff that I needed so I can control my nighttime temps. So my plants are stretching on me.
yeah. So the legs and the plant width, all that's the joiner's fault because the
Bro,
door that he got in the house, it's too small for
well,
his plant.
explain to me what your temperatures are at nighttime that are too
So
high that are going to make your plant stretch.
so he's got to be taking, and I know he has to be. There ain't no way. He's got to be taking trips to the fucking dump after a grow to get rid of all the fucking branching and
Wrong,
everything.
wrong. They're stacked up behind the house, a big, huge wall. I've seen them.
Fucking bunch
They're
of fucking
they're on
skeletons.
they're on KJ's channel. There's about 30 stacked up there. Big, huge, bin-sized pots. Still in the cloth pots.
Do we know yet? Does he reuse the cocoa?
Well, I
Oh,
don't know.
dude, that's right. He's in 15-gallon pots. If he has
Right.
8 fucking plants at 15 gallons, that's like 100 and some gallons of media in that room. Like, that's insane. Media.
Every 70 days, like clockwork, bro.
And you wonder why his humidity is so high?
That's more money than I spent on my whole grow in
Right.
cocoa.
Right.
So I'm
real.
guessing.
He uses more cocoa in one pot than I do in the whole fucking run.
No, I mean, like, if he buys his cocoa, whatever the cost is, I bet the cost of one run of his cocoa, I can do multiple grows with all my lights, back to back to back to back with the same money.
One run of cocoa, one run of his cocoa would last you probably almost all year.
That'd be fucking awesome, dude. I'd just be chilling. Let me get some cocoa, Carl.
Look, I can do 2 2x4 tents with one of his pots.
I'm guessing that it must have got hotter at night then to make
I
them
don't know.
stretch.
That doesn't make sense to me. Does he really think like daytime and nighttime swings play a big part in
Well, it just
in
makes me
stretching?
worry. It just makes me worry that he's really not making enough back because, or he's trying to shave costs off by not turning
No.
on his environmentally controlled room that's got AC, DHU. It's a controlled, sealed room. How do your temperatures get high?
Let's call it what
When
it
it's
is.
sealed.
Let's just call it what it is. He already fucked up and he's already making excuses.
Oh no. I just can't wait for week 5 and 6, then you'll know. You'll see it all white out then. 200% THC. But that is interesting though. It's a sealed room with CO2 controlled by everything. How does that get too hot? As he needs to complain to the manager. Maybe he just can't afford to run the AC because he's not efficient in all the other ways.
I don't even give a fuck. Look, my tent will get 86 degrees with the lights on, and it'll drop to 73 with the lights off. I don't give a fuck. The humidity will be 75%. 75% humidity with the fucking lights off. Do I give a fuck? Fuck no. I'm not blaming the grow store.
He could literally set up probably 3 4x4 tents in that room and then run them perpetually and be able to grow more weed than he grows now.
Well, if he's as good as he says he is, if he's as good as he says he is, he will be able to pull 3 pounds out of a 4x4 tent, no problem.
And the only reason why this matters, right? Because he says this is his livelihood, right? This ain't just a hobby for him. So, like, if it's not a hobby, then motherfuckers need to try to help you actually be profitable, and you're obviously not profitable. But
well, you're forgetting that Carl's been at this game for 20 plus years. He did 10 years in living soil, don't you know? And maybe he jumped in on the game when there was actually money in it in Michigan. And now, as the time goes on, all the profits have been drained away by the big dispensaries. And now you're running all this fucking gear, and you're really not making that much per run. So maybe he's just turning some things off and seeing what happens and saving a buck in the grow. Because them ACs, they're expensive to run, innit? 12 hours a day.
It doesn't really matter. If you grow your plants right up into the light, you can turn off any piece of equipment in there. You might as well turn the whole fucking room off, because you're going to be fucking burning the tops to try to light the bottom. And we, like I said, we know what he's going to do. Even though he's got big old huge glory holes, he's going to go in there, strip all the fucking leaves off of it, because he needs penetration, because he over-vegged the fucking plant. But he's going to tell you
he doesn't need penetration, though.
But he's going to tell you that the grocery store didn't have the shit he needed, so he couldn't control the temperature, so the stretch got out of control. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's nonsense. Just say, I over-vegged it. You know, I had to veg longer because the fucking flower went longer.
We should all try an experiment, okay? Let's do this together. Next time anyone goes to the hydro shop, ask the grow shop, do you have anything I can give my plants to reduce the stretch? And now the guy behind the counter can either look at you like you've fucking just jumped out of an alien spaceship, or his eyes will glow and he'll go, yes, sir, we've got blah, 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 blah.
A good salesman's going to show you 5 products.
Oh, yeah. You're going to walk out of there with all kinds of shit.
Open sesame, whacking them with the, you know.
You're going to be set up. They're going to have you with some new genetics and everything for your next grow. You're going to be ready for your next grow even. You ask that question, they'll prep you for your stretch and look at your next grow going.
They're going to have you set up for your stretch, your dry, your cure, your next run.
Yeah, you might be renting a Canatrol from that motherfucker by the end of the week.
They're gonna be fucking.
See, Carl's bitching like a hoe to his pimp, innit? Yeah, man, hydro shop didn't have what I need. And the hydro shop, when they see Carl prancing, they're like, yeah, bitch, come on, I'll sell you this shit. It's like, I think they've got that kind of relationship going on. They see him coming a mile off.
What?
Oh, here's that. Here, Mike. Here's that guy that buys a pallet full of cocoa every month. Look, it's coming. It's coming.
What at the grocery store is going to help you control your heat or your stretch or your? What at the grocery store is going to help you control your plant better than what you can do? Nothing. You're the one that's got to control the stretch. Like,
it's the expensive stuff you need, Chop. That's what you need. The ones he tells you, the expensive one's the best.
So, you know, it's almost like he's relaxed into mechanical position and growing. He's doing it mechanically. He's not even thinking about it at all. And then he keeps arriving to the part where it's not that good, and then people argue with him, and he's like, ooh, but he's like, it's kind of like someone just going through the program of their day. They're not thinking about it. They just keep doing it. They never put any time into it. That's him in his growth. He's like not even knowing that he's fucking up because he does it so mechanically. Like, this is how I do it. The plant goes like this, and then it's there, and it's here.
He just, and everybody else is fucking nonsense. We're all crazy. He grows fucking trees. Well, there's your first mistake. Nobody grows trees inside.
Nope.
Trees grow outside.
It only really ever looks good from day about 3 till day 10. And like when he goes in and he batters it down, it looks shit for a couple of days. Then it perks up a bit, and it's like, it's all right actually. But then it just runs away from him.
Because people don't understand, like, the light's only gonna do so much. You can strip all the leaves off you want. It's still only gonna penetrate so much PPFD to produce good bud. It's only gonna do so much. It can't
Have
do
you
a fucking
noticed?
tree. It's not
Did you
made to grow a
notice
tree.
again, this run, there's a bit less bullshit on the bottom. It's like he's stripping it out a bit more and realizing really that couple of fucks, that's all you really want to be messing with.
Well, yeah, by the time he strips it, he'll have 2 foot at the top. It'll be right fucking up against the light, and he'll end up with little buds in the end.
Yeah, well, that's how it's getting now. If you remember, like last year, or even dare I
you
say
imagine
the
if
year
he grew,
before,
like-
it was 4 foot deep, then 3 foot deep. Now it's 2. It's getting the depth of canopy is getting a bit better.
Can you imagine if he grew like 14-inch colas? You know what I mean?
Or even
Just
2
normal.
foot.
Huh?
With CO2 and everything, he should be getting 2 foot colas.
I mean, I'm getting, 14, 18-inch colas on average with my plant. Without CO2, without fucking a billion gallons and all that. And I'm just an average ass grower. So like he's been growing longer than me. He's got more experience, and he's probably grown more weed than me, all of these things. So he should be able to figure that one out.
Well, he hasn't figured out that legs aren't a thing inside. Like, you shouldn't have more stick to bud inside. Inside it should never be that way. Like, but I don't know.
But yeah, so it's nothing against. So me talking shit about Carl growing, it don't have nothing to do with him. I think if I met him in person, I would shake his hand. I think he's a good dude. I just think he's like caught up in the Dunning-Kruger effect. He thinks he knows what he's talking about, but he don't. And he's the only motherfucker.
Exactly the same with that creative, yeah. I bet he's a sound lad to
That's
have
how
a beer
most of
with
these
and a
guys are.
game of pool.
I wouldn't have a problem with most of these guys personally. But
No,
as far as their growth,
there's only a couple people that I don't like.
Yeah.
You got to be really
I-
disrespectful to me for
You
me not
know,
to like you.
like the last person I remember going under Carl's wing and being taught, it was a chap called Chronic Grows, and he did a grow following the
Right.
Carl method every step of the way and burnt the shit out of his plant. Quite a terrible grow. And that was him being the consultant. So
Wow.
can you imagine that?
Maybe we ought to send in a secret grower, someone that Carl don't know, that slides up underneath this wing, and then he teaches them everything, and then
Well, we have got levels at the moment. You see, there's Carl's leaning over like
but
like
Levels
like
is
a pigeon
compromised, though.
regurgitating stuff, and Levels is there like a little baby pigeon eating this stuff that Carl's spewing up. He don't give a fuck what's in it, whether it
Levels
contains
compromised,
anything
though.
good.
He showed
Look,
2 videos, one that said 111, one said 112, and they were both the exact same photo. They were just,
Yeah, wow.
so he's compromised.
He
could have
was
told the devil, we
using
don't know.
Cuban scales. Like he entered Carl's giveaway and won the Cuban scales that day, and that's what he uses to weigh his product. In fact, he's so confident he don't even trim it now. He just sticks that motherfucker in a grove bag. I mean,
I don't
stem
care. I don't
on
care
stem.
if you do. I don't care if you do crack or not. I suggest people not do crack, but if you want to do crack,
Yeah, pull up, smoke a stem with us.
no,
Ah.
I'm good on that. But like, I'm not that cool. Like,
Fucking hell, I just reached for my stem then. I was going to have one with you, but if we're not doing that today, we'll not.
we gotta wait for creative show.
Yeah, we'll go over creatives and king stems.
Oh, I took fucking wrenches just because I'm taking everybody's wrenches. I don't give a shit.
You took what?
Oh, I've been taking everybody's wrench.
What did you think about that? That video I showed you there, then, Chop. Do you think he'll achieve the that will the pound always be there with those very old plants?
Which one?
The ones that have got 5 foot of leg and
Oh
2
my
nodes at the
God.
top.
Oh my god, that was a perfect. That was a perfect example of the plants just spin out. It's so fucking old. It was ready to be dead a long time ago. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
they start
swords
to
in the
remind
plant.
me of those,
Oh,
you know how you get them dried flower arrangements and inside them you'll get a
oh,
twisted old bit of fucking wood. It reminds me of them. Quite
yeah,
beautiful.
like twisted up fucking bamboo or something. Like
Mm.
fucking, ugh, that was bad. I don't even know why somebody would show that.
You know what it reminded me of? Oh, my heart does sing, but it reminds me of Mad Fitz plants.
Oh god, did you see his? Did I send you that picture? Oh god.
Well, you didn't. You thought he would have got better in the last year since YouTube took his videos, took his channel down because he let some chap up on his panel promote magic mushrooms or something like that. Do you think he would have got better in the last year? Been
No,
watching him for about 6.
no. Because he still watches us and he's not getting any better. I'm wondering if that ain't the same plant he was telling us about re-vegging way back when.
That's his next grow update. That's the lamb's bread, or whatever it is.
Ugh. Mm. No, I don't want to sit here and cap on everybody, but I go at Carl because Carl, his attitude is like he's the fucking best grower out there, and nobody listening to him is just foolish. And he's been trying to tell people that blah 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 blah. But every fucking grow, you can point out all the issues he's gonna have before he has them, but he'll claim they're not an issue.
Yeah, I ain't
Well,
got no
do you know
problem
what?
talking about people's
Is
gardens.
that a Michigan specific trait within the grow room? There's a lot of that activity out there in Michigan, isn't there? That doing what you just said won't
I
really
mean,
listen.
whatever. I mean, they can do whatever the fuck they want, but if you put out if there's fucking videos out there, you saying
Yeah, if you're a
crap, I'm gonna
content
say something.
creator, if you're making content or whatever and showing off your garden, or if you're not, you're like Carl and you show your garden off on someone else's platform, or you got to get that shit together, or people are going to tell you you're out of pocket.
Well,
That's
I
just what
don't
it
even.
is.
I don't. I mean, if you're not trying to tell people how to grow, and you're not acting like you're the best grower out, like I could give a shit. Show people your shitty plants, and hopefully
I'm-
somebody will help you. But
I
don't
mean, I
show
get it.
me. Don't show shitty plants and tell everybody how to grow, because that's.
I
I
get
mean,
it,
that's
but it's
nonsense.
the internet, though. If it's the
Yeah,
internet,
it's the
so
internet.
if you're on the internet, period, then you're subject to all kinds of things that you can't control in any way. So, you know, dudes like him that get mad because I feel like everybody's on some bullshit trolling them. It's like, do you not understand how the internet works? Like, people don't troll people unless they're on some bullshit. Most cases, you've done something where you're on some bullshit and it got motherfuckers on your ass, and then you responded in a weird way, and so they stayed.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
creative. Can I ask you a question? It's
No,
sort of to do with the grow. Well, I'll just ask you anyway. You might hear it. And you know these people that you really don't like. A couple of people, whoever they are, don't care about who they are. You know, if I was in their chat talking, would you hate me?
no, I don't give a fuck.
Would you judge me?
All right, look, if you're hanging out with someone who's a registered sex offender, I'm gonna quit hanging out with you.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh
just
yeah.
saying. If outside that, like, if you're hanging out with somebody that's done any other thing other than shit like that, I mean, I wouldn't hang out with them, but I don't know how close your relationship is to them, so I'm not going to judge you. But
Well, you don't know why
if
I'm
it's a
there,
sex
do you?
offender, I'm out. I don't want to. I don't even care if you're my best friend. And then you say this guy is an associate of mine. I'll say, well, you better end it with him, or else me and you ain't friends. Real talk,
Mm-hmm.
because that's not cool.
But
Sex
yeah,
shit's not cool.
say, just for argument's sake, there was a bit of a scallywag, but they've got a big heart, but they're a fucker. But they've got a big heart and all that.
But they're a fucker.
Funny chap. Fucker. But with a big heart. I mean, you
With the
don't
big heart.
even know why I'm there. You don't even watch this guy, remember? Because you don't like him. But you don't know why I'm there, do you? For a glance. So I'm
No.
just glad that you wouldn't hate me, or at the very least you talk to me.
Yeah, you know, one of the guys I don't like, and I'm sure a lot of people hang out with him, but I
Ooh,
don't. That doesn't mean
I just
anything to
don't.
me.
I
just
can't
don't.
imagine you, creative. You're such a kind soul, so placid. I can't imagine you feeling very mean about anybody, apart from one guy that's in the club. That's all we'll say about that. But I don't know. Can't think of any other.
I don't.
May I?
A lot of people say, "Oh, it's nothing personal. It's about the plants. It's nothing personal." But then when they do something personal that you don't like, all of a sudden now it is personal. Like, I don't understand. I just don't give a fuck anymore. If the fucker's shady in real
Yeah.
life, guess what? I'm probably not going to hang out with him in real life.
Yeah,
Will I
that's
be
how
in his chat? Maybe, because there's other people in the chat that I talk to. And so I'm just hanging out in the chat smoking weed.
exactly.
If you don't like me being somewhere, then you probably never liked me in the first place, and I don't give a fuck. You know, I'm
All right, well,
over it
my
all.
whole
I
thing
don't
that
give a fuck
my whole
anymore.
thing is if me and you don't get along, but then we can't be like cordial, you know, then I'm just not gonna fucking hang around you at all. And so
I'm
then
not
that
going to
puts
hang
you in a
out with these
position where I
people in
don't,
real life.
huh?
You know, like
Right,
there
Chop.
is no chance ever that I'm going to see
Nope.
GG or Channel 2 or any of these guys in real life. So I mean, whatever
Well,
they do
that's not
online,
that
I
you
don't give a
wouldn't
shit.
smoke a
I mean,
joint with. That's not to say that you wouldn't smoke a joint with them, but it's not like
well,
you're going to
no,
be
but I just don't
living
ever
next
see
door in the back
myself.
garden.
Yeah, I don't ever see myself anywhere that they're ever going to be at. I mean, and saying never is a long time because you never know. I might end up being in New York and running across Gigi. You know, like, it doesn't mean I don't, I wouldn't smoke a joint with him. I'd tell him he's a goofy fucker, just like I tell him online. But, you know, but I mean, I'm not going out of my way to try to fight with people. I'm not going out of my way. I'm never going to try to dox anybody. I'm never going to be racist to
No, I
anybody. Like,
avoid
so
motherfuckers.
if you're calling the cops on somebody in your real life shit and you expose it on the internet, yeah, I'm not going to fuck with you in real life because you're quick to call the cops. Will
Yeah.
I talk to
Well,
you
I never was going to anyway.
online
No.
on YouTube in a chat and line on YouTube? Yeah, maybe. Like, but I'm never going to do anything or put myself in a position for you to call the cops on me either. Like, I don't move that way. I'm not going to do something that, I mean, and if you think just doxing me to call the cop, I mean, that's weird. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
everybody's
just weird.
different though, right? So like Dunk might like certain kind of interactions with people, where those kind of interactions might be the very interactions I avoid. Everyone's different. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
some people,
Negative, positive energies.
it's not even about that necessarily. It's just how you take things. So you could be in a situation that other
Yeah,
people
I
might
might
think is
like
negative.
something you hate and avoid. You might avoid something, and I might thrive in that environment. We're all different strains, aren't we?
Yeah,
You might
100%.
you
So
you
then,
might not like to grow in a negative environment. I might thrive in it. You know.
Right.
well, I don't know about all that. I don't think anybody can thrive in a negative environment. It's kind of difficult.
Well, thrive's a bit of it's like that's very committal of you. Let's say if you like to give yourself a short it's like putting UV on for the last hour. If that little bit of tomfoolery and fucking about is a bit of enjoyment for you,
Well, people
that
are
might be
different.
fine. You might
People are
watch
different like
bikes.
this.
I might watch bikes and go, oh fuck.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Well, you might meet someone that you don't like in real life, and to you, it's not negative though. You might think it's funny that you met them, and then you might even interact with them, even though you'd be like, this fucking stupid motherfucker. You might not
yeah,
like
like
them,
troll
but the
them
way that
kind of
you
thing.
are, like your attitude towards people, might be able to give you an experience different than mine. I might run across someone I don't like, and I'll be like, man, fuck this dude. Stay the fuck away from me. I don't even want to be around you. And I'll avoid you. I don't even want to be around you. So
Yeah.
it's just sometimes it's like that. Some people just don't want to be around certain kind of people. That's me. I don't like certain kind of people.
How do
look,
I know? How do
some
I know the
people-
guy that you don't like?
Some
Creative.
people
Who
It
is
doesn't
that?
even matter
more-
though. You could be walking down the street with a motherfucker I don't like, and
some people
I would still hang out with you.
Some people are
Yeah,
just
but
way more
Go on, sorry.
social, right? Some people are
Yeah.
just way more social people than others. So some of the dumb shit, they can look past the dumb shit just to hang out. And it ain't
Yeah.
like they're hanging out with that one person. Just because somebody's in somebody's chat, there's like 25 other motherfuckers there too, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know,
A
that's the only
social
person,
butterfly.
that's the only person live, and that's the only live chat that's going on right now that I can actually talk with other people. Does it
Well,
matter
all your
who?
chums are
Who
there,
does it
innit?
matter who
Whether
the
they
host is?
type in, whether they type in or not, all the chums that you talk to in other places, they're all there watching, just not typing.
Right.
And you know, there'll be a few times and just having a bit of banter in it. But creative again. You say that I know this guy that you don't like. I just can't. I've been racking my brain.
It's channel 2.
Yeah, so like people I don't like
I didn't
don't bother
even
me.
know you watch Channel 2 like that. Great.
You don't. Not anymore.
I don't really. When I don't like somebody, what that means is I just avoid them. It doesn't mean I have a problem with them. I don't have any problem with anybody.
He just
The only
doesn't care
problems I
for his
have are
content.
problems that happen in the moment. You know, I
It's
don't.
all internet, so he doesn't care for his content.
Yeah, I don't.
But
No, I
that's
just
all
don't
it is.
like. I don't like him. I don't care about him. But if you know, if I just don't care.
I didn't say you was a bad guy, G. I just said, referred to a hypothetical person and said, you know, there might be a bit of a fucker, but they've got a big heart, and there might be a bit of a fucker, but they're a laugh, and you know,
No, I get
the
it.
scallywags. I love
I
it.
get it, but I've known a whole bunch of people just like him in my lifetime.
Well, now you're talking about Channel 2. I was just addressing my dear Jiwi.
Yeah.
You're talking about Channel 2 here. That's a shame. He's got some. He knows his shit. You know.
Yeah. There's so like there's a bunch of people that people on here don't like that I look at and I'm like, I wouldn't hang out with that motherfucker at all. But I don't really dislike the motherfucker in any way.
Yeah, you gotta. I mean,
I mean, I don't
know.
dislike
if-
Channel 2. I don't.
You
He
gotta
doesn't.
really like. You gotta
know,
kind of care a little bit to not.
I just
like
don't really
somebody,
like him.
But I don't
Different.
put enough emotion into it to say that I
Creative, do
hate
you
somebody.
know? Creative, do you know who's in Channel 2's chat?
No,
Why don't you know that?
I don't watch his content.
Why don't you watch his content?
It's not interesting to me.
Ah, then why go and look and see who's in there and keep an eye on who's in there and that? You're not doing
know
that,
why.
are you?
I don't know
Sorry,
why.
you're not
So-
doing that.
If
So I
people
know
are
you
doing
did
that,
that.
so if people are watching other people to monitor what they're doing, to see all this stuff, you're kind of like, you're probably a little bit depressed and you don't realize it. You're a little manic. You're kind of acting a little weird. That's kind of weird.
Right?
Yeah,
Like the
because
person
why
that,
go somewhere where you not type it, can't type?
Yeah,
don't
I mean, who
get
gives
that.
a fuck?
That's
Why are
the
you following
part.
people around and shit and trying to see what they got going on so you can blame them for where they're at? That's weird.
it's like when
Yeah,
people say, I don't watch that shit, and I think anybody that watches that shit is foolish and blah blah blah. And then they can give you a whole list of who's watching it. How do you know that? How do you know who's watching it if you're not watching it? like
Yeah, for
come
me, it
on.
doesn't bother me none. Unless you're like, it's just real talk.
Yeah,
The
I
sex
don't give
offender
a-
shit is
I
the
don't
whole
care.
problem. That's it.
Yeah, I don't
Like-
really care anymore either. I just
You know
don't-
what? I don't like to say his name, but the clam flavoured fellow, can't stand the guy. Can't stand him. But I know loads of people in his chat. I like some of them. I don't give a fuck who's in his chat. That's it. That's on them being there. Kind of on their responsibility. Just letting people do their own thing, not trying to control
Exactly.
the environment.
Exactly. Like, who the fuck are you to try to control motherfuckers you don't even really know like that, anyways?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
is your
Well, it's
household uncontrolled or something?
Would you let your girlfriend do that? Would you let your wife do that? Would you let her
Would you
tell you where you can and can't go? Can you?
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
did
like-
you let your parents do it?
I mean,
Really?
how many people are your friends that maybe your wife don't like? Does that mean you can't hang out with them no more because your wife don't like them? Like,
Well,
come
you
on.
should do. That's how it should be. Yeah. Going
Well,
by,
it depends
if
on
you're going to use
depends on the
standard.
situation. You know, if she don't
Well,
like him just because she don't like him, then that's not my
it's the
problem.
internet, though. We're talking about two different things. So in real life, if you're gonna go hang out with some dude that's whatever,
Well,
Yeah,
does all
then
these
you can
wild things,
say something.
But if
I'm
you're
gonna
going
have
to
to say
separate internet, if you're separating the internet from real life, then you're saying that everybody acts different when they're on the internet. They don't act the same in real life.
not necessarily. I think that the boundaries are different. Yeah, they kind of do. Everyone acts slightly different, but like because if you're face to face with somebody, sometimes you're not going to argue in the same way because that person might seem like they want to get into a physical confrontation if you keep doing that. So then you might like change the way you're talking so that you can still win the argument without getting in a fight. So like online, it's not like that. It's whoever can be the hardest, most insane shit you can say, whoever can win, and no, there's no threat of violence. So because you're not face to face with nobody and there's none of that, it makes you kind of step out of bounds a little bit.
I understand what you're saying for a lot of people. Like a lot of most everything I say, I don't have a problem saying in real life. I mean, because again, I'm not saying anything that crosses
You
that
don't,
line
you're
that
not
I feel
feel about it.
crosses that line. Like I don't say anything that really you should want to fight me over. Like that's weird. You know what I mean? Like just because we don't agree on something doesn't mean
But
we should fight.
you're not doing that in real life, are you?
Like,
So why are you going to do it on the internet? Starhand,
what? Tell people? I tell people. Oh,
could be dead
Well, it's not the
confronting.
internet in real life ain't the same, bro. Because I know it's in real life, but if you watch Netflix and you watch a series, that shit ain't real life, dog. So if you're just watching somebody do some dumbass shit all the time, you're hanging out in their shit, that ain't real life.
Yeah,
That's
'cause
some
it doesn't
entertainment
impact
ass
you.
shit.
It doesn't impact you.
No, it don't. It's like just entertainment through a screen.
Yeah,
So
well,
like at the end of the day, that shit ain't mean nothing.
Starhand brings up a great point there. Very, can't think of the word. I love every bit of it. Keeps him entertained at work. Give me more. See, now the entertainment part is key there in that sentence. A lot of it, is all entertainment. Even a lot of the grow shows out there, because you're definitely not learning now. It's entertainment.
Yep.
It's entertainment, and it doesn't impact your life whatsoever. You pick it up in the Starhand there, he wants to listen to it while he's at work. One guy might want to listen to it when he's within the grow. One guy might be in a bed, disabled, and it's something he listens to. Whatever you're doing, it's entertainment.
Yeah. So
it's supposed to be.
but then there's
What else are you going to be watching?
But tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. Do you see like music artists or do you see restaurants or anything like that when they get a bad review from somebody? Do you see them just completely lose their shit?
No.
I've not really looked
Or-
into the restaurant review
or-
community.
Or do they try to fix what the problem is and move forward? I mean, like you can do. There's all kinds of different reviews you see everywhere, but and all those people that are getting reviews against them, even if it's bad, they're not losing their shit. They're not going off the deep end. So when I say something that you take as bad about your plants, you shouldn't go off the deep end and lose your shit.
Well, it depends how many reviews you've got in a short or a video and what they're saying. If you've got a handful of reviews and they're all going, hell yeah, great job, blah, 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 maybe that
I can understand that
person
you
that
want.
says no.
I can understand people wanting to curate. So, like, with I know this is shitty analogy, but when you're incarcerated, it's very important that you keep your character in line and you do things that are agreeable to other people, your peers. Because when you get out of hand, then your reputation will put you in a position where you have less ability to function in there, and it can get bad for you over time.
I mean, that's not real life though.
It's
or,
not.
or
No,
even
like for the
YouTube.
internet, it don't have nothing to do with the severity of being
But you
incarcerated.
can
So
see
like,
the benefits of it. Yes. You can
Yeah,
see
I
the
can see how.
benefits of reaching round to your fellow inmate because he's going to give you one later.
You're funny. No, like, so people want to. They want to run. What I mean is how this connects is people want to curate what their reputation is and what people talk about them all the time, so that they can be in a position of power amongst their peers.
Right.
That's what they
Yeah.
want.
Right.
You
Yep.
know what I mean? So then
That
that's what's
sounds
happening.
terribly fake.
It is.
Terribly
Well,
fake, then, isn't it?
it kind of is, but it depends on if you're really standing on it. If you're really
Yeah.
standing on it, nobody will get you up off of it. So then it's real. But if people
So if
get you
you
up off of
really
it, it ain't.
believe it, if you really believe it, you'll make everybody else believe it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and its environment, innit? We're talking about prison here, where someone's going to come up behind me with a shank and dig it in my rib cage, rather than online somebody going, "You've overvegged."
Well, maybe you're trying to
But
create
the
a brand from
reactions
that.
are the same, aren't they? The
This is why I think
reactions are
people
the
get
same.
offended. People are trying to create a brand and they're taking themselves seriously, but they're fucking not putting in the right work. And people are trying to help them realize, hey, look, you're not putting in the right work. So then they get mad that people don't just support them in their brand and what they're trying to do. So they take it as a personal strike against them in their life. And they're like, well, fuck you. You don't care about me trying to fucking make my life better. But it's not like that, though. You're taking it that seriously, but it's not like that.
Well,
You know?
there's a difference as well. Whereas if you're in jail and you're like, "Hey, bro, I want that fucking $100 tomorrow," and you that guy doesn't give you the 100 and you do nothing about it, everybody's going to be like, "Man, he's just a load of shit." Yeah, but then you be like within the grow. That's like you're saying you're pulling a pound, and then when you're weighing it out, you're showing the same picture twice and adding it together. But, so everybody should be like, "Oh, he's just a load of shit." But it doesn't work out that way, does it? Because Levels re-veggies and finds a new chap to sponsor his show for a few months, a new main character, and now
Yeah, I
come
think
in.
it's just people trying to curate their character is what it is, and it has a lot to do with that. I think because if they didn't care about their reputation online or they didn't have any value in it, then when people are counter to that, they wouldn't be combative. You know.
Did you? I mean, I hate to talk about this, but in those terrible times, they're creative. Did you give yourself a gang name? Did you like
What? What
a
word did
gang
you just
name?
say?
A gang name, like
Are you saying gang?
yeah, like so
Oh.
I don't know, like Monster Dogman or the Hell Yeah Killer. No,
Hell yeah, killer.
Levels as the Southern Swazzer. That's actually his own branded gang name. Kind of cool, I think.
Yeah, not me. I've never had any dizzy whizzle or any kind of
Well,
weird ass
what
fucking name.
image, what brand image comes to your mind when I say the Southern Swazzer?
Like a
Branding. I want a picture.
a logo of like a totally stripped, like perfect structure of a plant, but totally just stripped, and then a whole bunch of bright light on the logo just beaming through the fucking plant all the way to the floor, and then you see a shiny floor at the bottom of the logo.
Yeah, we'll put that on the back of the t-shirt. I want on the front, just above the left nipple. I want a cactus. Them ones with two arms, shaking some maracas with a big Mexican hat on. I think that should be his because it involves the cactus, and in Southern America that way inclined. Is that way Mexico is? I don't know. Your guys, Northerners, they just all one big America to me.
I don't know.
I don't either. That's why I was asking you. I got the answer though.
Yeah, I generally don't know shit.
What was the breaking point with you and Channel 2 then? Where did that relationship break down.
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't even know.
I caught myself talking shit. I was like, man, fuck that dude. I don't want him around here. And he got upset about that. And I thought about it, and I was like, you know what?
What, did he hit panel or something? How did you know he got upset?
No, because he was live, and people were like, he's talking shit. Or he said
Oh,
no. He said my
the
name in the
trolley
title.
rollies.
He said my name in the title or something like that.
Oh,
So I went over there.
oh, I remember now.
Yeah, I went over there and I was like, all right. You know what? My bad. You're right. Shouldn't have been.
Unsub.
You know, I shouldn't have been. Talk shit, all that. And then he was like,
Go on.
you know, I apologized, and he was like, all right. And then I asked him to apologize back for calling me a bitch.
Oh, no
And then he was like, no, I ain't gonna do that.
You've got no
And then
chance.
he's like, I don't know. Let me think about it. So for me, like in real life, I would have just slapped him, regardless of who he was. And we just got into it. But because that's a situation, because he wants to leave it like that, I was like, all right, well, I just don't like it, then fuck it.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
have any
neither
problem with
here
him at
nor
all.
there, is it? I'll think about it. That's
Yeah, I
like
don't
what
have any
your
problem with
wife
him.
would say.
He doesn't bother me at all. I just, he's not one of those kind of people that I could deal with, so I don't want to be around him at all.
Yeah.
So is there going to be different Swazi territories?
Yeah, so
Sophomore.
that's what I was thinking, like the Midwest Swazer,
Yeah.
you know, the Southern Swazer, East Coast Ghost Swazers. Like, you know,
they can't all be in Swazzers. They're like the Hells Angels of the Swaz community. There's got to be
Swazi.
other factors like the East Side D-Leafers, something like that. And the West Side Day 21ers. They're the 21ers.
The default devils.
There you go, the Southern Default Devils.
Defoliators. The Detroit Defoliators. That sounds like a football.
The Detroit Defoliators. The Midwestern Leaf Strippers.
Oh my God.
My dog's looking at me like, what the fuck are y'all talking about?
You're dumb.
Yeah.
Even the dog thinks Swazi's stupid.
Yeah, he's looking at me like, dude, are you all right now?
But they're playing the Louisiana Longlegs tonight, aren't they? The
Louisiana
Detroit Defoliators versus the Louisiana Longlegs.
Louisiana Longlegs. Oh, shit. They're a step above the rest.
Yeah, the Philadelphia Popcorns. I couldn't think of any other P's. The Los Angeles Laughers.
The Oregon Leaf Collectors.
The Leaf Collectors. That's a good one.
I mean, fuck, you come up with one for every fucking state, damn near.
Cheers, Cromer. How do you know he's in the club there? Thanks for the heads up, though, guys. It's Chop's turn. Who's his favourite? Who's he backing?
Yeah, I don't know those teams. I don't know any of those teams. I'm going to plead the fifth.
You're going for the Kentucky leave the fucking plant aloners.
Yeah. The Alaska, let me get the fuck out of here quick.
The Oregon over badgers.
Man.
I can't believe it's 10 o'clock already.
It's only 8:11.
Yeah, 10, 11.
4-11.
4. Jeez.
8, 10, 4.
10-4.
So you must be time-wise, speaking there, creative, about as far away from our time as it gets.
Damn near.
Like, I don't think there's anywhere more than 8. I think that's more than some growers I have in Canada. I think they're 7. Do you find yourself an hour in front of Canada time?
I don't know. I don't know what their time is.
How very rude! How very rude! You
Look, check it out.
You
First
guys
of
was
all, I could
invading that
care
country a
less
couple of
about
months ago.
Canadian rules. I can't even go there. I'm a felon. So fuck Canada.
Well, I might feel like that about certain places, but I know what the time difference is. It's not like I'm going there in real life. Remember, it's internet. You've never been there. It may as well be on the internet.
I think I'm going to stick with the team of the Philadelphia Predator Mites.
I like the Topanga top dressers
Mm.
and the diatomaceous Diablos.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't think of another L. The Louisiana Living Beds. Hey, what about what about that is believable.
It's 8-12 in Canada.
The root on. Do you know what he could do with that? Maybe that's a part of the income there, Chop. You know, if he cuts those off at the top of the soil, well, theoretically, it should be completely matted with roots. So you just roll that sucker up, and it's like a living soil rug. Dry it out, completely organic
Roll it
carpet.
out like a fucking carpet.
But that's what it'll be like. It's like turf, isn't it? Do you guys have turf over there?
I don't know why Carl don't just fucking say fuck it and just there's a drain in the floor. Just fill the fucking room with cocoa. Just plant plants in the floor.
Yeah, because then he could just like take a step up into it and just wander around among under the counter.
Well, he would gain. Look at how much room he would gain just losing the pot.
That's another foot more.
The Californian waterloggers.
Then he don't even need to. He can just set up a sprinkler system. You know, like you have on the lawns that just pop up and go.
Yeah. You just put in the fucking sprinklers.
And then it's automated. Till
It's
run
all
off.
automated. Yep. And it drains to the floor because it's concrete
And
floor.
then next time,
let's be
plant
honest.
next to the stem.
The trajectory that Carl's on, he'll be growing in AI soon. He won't even do it real life. It'll be AI room.
And I'm sure every run it'll be a lot cheaper to run avocados than Terpinator. You know, we just go in there in the last couple of weeks, hit them with a load of avocados, let the worms thrive.
I've never understood the whole why buy it. I bought Terpinator my very first grow, and I used it, and I needed 2 fucking bottles of it. And
But
it was expensive.
There's no point in using it
Bro, you don't need it.
until you're already got nice, healthy, good plants.
No, my first grow was really good. I've just wasted a bunch of money using it though. The very thing that's in that is in the nutrient that I bought.
Yeah, but the salesman, it's so good, and the bottle, it smells lush, doesn't it? You know, when you open it and you smell it, it does smell nice.
Yeah,
I use that shit for aftershave. I do.
The name is fucking banging, dude. They killed the name. Terpinator, are you fucking kidding me? And Perpinator, yeah, they got 2 really good names.
Have you tried the Burpinator? The Burpinator, it cures it while it's still growing.
Oh, that'd be funny.
While it's growing.
No, it's Perpinator. It turns your shit purple.
Yeah, I've used all that shit when I was a younger grower.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I don't tell a difference from then to now. Like,
You know,
like
if you
it didn't enhance things to the point where like that's just expensive. It's not worth the money. I don't.
Hmm.
well,
Not
if
pheno.
you get plant aids, you can use the herpinator, and that will cure it in week 3.
Herpinators. That's a new
Yeah,
product
yeah.
line.
There's the derpinator,
Oh,
Durkinator.
and then if you
Blown.
accidentally underwater your plants, then you can buy the Slurpinator, and it'll help your plants drink.
That
Oh
must be
man,
that's a new product, guys.
Yeah,
yeah,
they need to make the flushinator next.
yeah.
The shit you just flush right through.
Oh man.
You're gonna sneak right up in my chair, aren't you?
Yeah, I remember I had at one point in time I had Turpinator, I had General Hydroponic 3-part, I had Botanicare CalMag, I had Great White, I had Molasses, I had Botanicare the Guard, whatever it's called, the Bacillus, and then I had no, that was it. I was using all that one time. Fucking weird, man. There's a lot of money.
I'm
Fucking
good with
weird.
a base, a bloom, and some crobes. I'm good
Well,
with that.
I grew
An
the next
A, a
grow after
B,
that with just the base
an
and the
A, a
Botanicare.
B, some CalMag, and some microbes.
I've done just base. Loved it. Was up all week. And
No, not freebase.
oh right, yeah, I've run base all the way through as well. It was a devil to flush. It blocked my toilet. If you know, it was a devil to flush. I had to drop it off earlier than I would like. Whereas I'd
Yeah.
normally still be wanking them off with a bloom. I had to cut everything off. But this is back in the plant killing days when I first downloaded this growing app that I play.
Yeah.
Cheers, Chromate. See
Yeah,
you there, mate.
I was even growing 12 plants in 5-gallon pots that were hooked up to an ebb and flow system with a 55-gallon reservoir. And I was changing the reservoir 50 gallons every 3 days.
I cannot visualize 5-gallon buckets. By the time my plant has hit a first node, isn't it at 2 foot tall? I just can't. I don't like it. I like
Yeah.
a smaller thing, you know, because
I was
I've upgraded to the cocoa levels, and
1
yeah.
and 2 gallons are great.
Yeah, I don't go
I
over.
was
I
way
don't
too
go
much.
over 2 gallons.
Yeah, in the beginning, it was
Awesome.
way too much for me. All of it, everything I did was too much.
Well, I was doing five gallons of soil, and fuck, 5 gallons of soil. I mean, fuck, you don't have to water. I mean,
I know for what 2
water,
weeks at the
you know,
start,
like,
but fucking hell.
yeah, you could go fucking 7, 8 days in the
weeks.
beginning without watering. You know, like,
Yeah,
like
crazy.
if you don't got, that's why I say if you don't have a lot of time to grow, if you have very minimal time, you're real busy all the time, working, doing this, whatever. That's why I suggest soil. Because you can go in there then literally fucking water it once or twice, maybe a week, and you know, where cocoa you're in there like once a day, twice a day. You know, I wouldn't suggest that to somebody that don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest it to a newbie as well, because
Yeah, I would say,
they're just going to want to mother that plant and hold it so much through its whole lifetime, aren't they? They're going to be watering it, breastfeeding it every day,
top classes.
and that's exactly what they want.
Do
It
you
cures the itch for nurturing the plant.
do you stack your nutrients at all in your cocoa, creative?
Guys, hold on. Taking this.
Can't hear you,
Oh,
creative.
he's taking a piss.
Oh, well, what?
That's what
Why is he muted?
Okay, so look, so another thing I don't ever fucking talk about because I don't suggest new because I don't want new growers to know this shit. But when you stack in cocoa, you get to a point where you gotta like start feeding a higher ppm because the stack of all the nutrients in the cocoa will lower your ppm in the cocoa. So that's what I was wondering. Do you stack? Have you noticed that?
Um, fuck, dude, I don't even know how to answer this question correctly. The way I grow right now, with Simpro, I don't check the runoff, or anything. I just know how much parts per million to use through the stages, and then I look at the plant, and
But you're doing a good runoff every time, right?
yeah, I get runoff for all
You're
my
not
plants
stacking.
every time, no matter what. So I would
Yeah, so
imagine
you're not stacking,
it's
right?
probably not getting higher than maybe 1,500 max during the peak of the grow, you know?
Right.
Like, because I tested it before with Simpro when I was running 600 parts per million all the way through, and it got up to 1,200 runoff, and then it slowly went down. And by the time I was about week 6, the runoff was coming out lower than my input. So that's kind of how I do it now too. I don't really go much
Well,
higher
like
than that. So I would imagine it's somewhere around there.
if I stack a lot, I'll check runoff, and what I notice is the runoff will be down like 4.8. You know the pH because
Oh
you
yeah, the pH will change.
stack so much fucking nutrients in there that like just like when you're mixing nutrients up, at some point, the nutrients are gonna bring the pH down some. Well, if it brings it down some and you stack it, you've got to remember at some point you're better off giving a little bit higher pH because what's stacked in your nutrients is dropping the levels in your fucking cocoa. But again, that's something I don't get into too much because a lot of people don't stack nutrients. So
Yeah, so I don't think it has much to do with. I think in general you're always going to get nutrient to come out of water into
I'm
the pot,
talking
right?
pH. I'm not talking about EC. Of course, the EC.
Yeah, you're talking about pH. I know, but like that's a big deal,
No,
though.
Bob.
I know you don't like
Bob
talking
is
about it,
saying.
but it's
Bob
like
is
a big
saying.
deal because a lot of people grow and then they don't know their runoff pH, and then people tell them, "Oh, the pH doesn't matter." But if your pH is coming out way out of the range, then there was a time that the plants had access to water where it was probably out of range, right?
How do I? Where's the block thing? How do I do all that? How did he get blocked?
Mm-mm. But I think some people, I've heard people say that they get a lower runoff pH, like what you're saying. So then
Yeah.
they'll water in higher pH
Yes.
to get a better balance of
Yeah.
the, you know what I mean? So it's like kind of,
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I do. That's what I
yep.
do.
So I would do that too if I was in a scenario where I was checking my runoff pH and my runoff pH got out of hand. But with what I'm using right now, the way that I use it, everything stays in order. So I don't have to do that right now. But I would do that if I started to see any issue or anything like that, and I checked my runoff pH and it was wrong. I would definitely adjust my input pH because I've had that issue many times in my grow where my runoff pH was too low, like what you're saying,
Yep.
and I would have to counter it. And when I would counter it, it would help the end pH raise up higher. So slowly but surely, I was able to realize that does kind of help.
Yeah. And I mean, if you water till runoff and you notice your pH is low, go ahead and make up some more solution and water it again. Even if you're getting runoff, at least you're running and balancing out your pH rather than, like, because you're not going to overwater it at that point. If it's a watering day, doesn't matter how much you water the plant. It's how frequent you're watering the plant. Like, well, not necessarily with cocoa, but with soil. But people are afraid. They're like, "Oh, I just watered and I noticed I don't want to give it any more water and overwater it." It's like, no, that's not it. Go ahead and water it with a higher pH. You're fine doing that. If you're already watering that day, go ahead and do that because all it's going to do is run out the the lower pH stuff, and you're gonna balance out your pH a little bit better. I mean, that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. So Simpro, I think, kind of spoils you a little bit because it's humic acid, and then it's got the microbes. So like, you don't really got to worry about it, because even if the runoff pH is coming out a little low, the rhizosphere around the root system should be robust because of what you're using. And then the humic acid should keep things readily available. So there should always be a small buffer when you're using Simpro for that, I would think. Or something like that. Anything that's kind of like that.
I just don't really want to be stacking for any longer than 2 weeks.
pH runoff is not plant killer talk. Plant killers do talk about runoff pH, but if your plant has an issue and you're not able to recorrect it, that's not.
For me, I stack my nutrients. So every once in a while, I check my EC runoff and I check my pH runoff. I want to know what's going on. Is it going to give you 100% accurate, exactly what it is in there? Maybe not, but it's going to give you an idea of where you're at.
If you're growing a plant and then
if I was in soil, yeah, I would never do that in soil.
No,
I don't care in soil. But
if you're in cocoa, and then I don't think you should have to check your shit at all unless you have an issue. If you start to see issues, then you need to figure out what's going on so you can make an informed decision. So checking runoff pH is not plant killer talk. It actually is the right kind of talk when you're in that kind of position. But if you're always doing that and it's always about this, then you're probably a plant killer because you keep having things go wrong. That's why you keep having to check the pH of your runoff and you're trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, all right. With cocoa.
So what are you noticing then when your pH is way high and that's what you're noticing coming out? What's happening with the plant? Are you seeing the plant fucking up?
Nothing.
Or is the plant all right?
Nothing really. I just do it every once in a while just to catch it.
Yeah.
And what
So
I just know now that because I'm stacking, I need to put in a little bit higher pH. So I don't really need to check the pH like that as much anymore. But I look at cocoa kind of like hydro. And in hydro, you micro focus a little bit more than you have to in soil. So, if I can stack more and really pump the fucking nutrients to the buds, and I notice the buds are getting bigger, yeah, I want to check the runoff to see what the EC is. I want to see where the fucking pH, is at. And I want to get an idea of where I'm running so that way I know what the fuck's going on that causes the buds to be fucking huge buds compared to fucking little teeny fucking buds that somebody in 15-gallon pots grows.
Yeah, well, you ain't got to explain yourself. Nobody.
For example.
Just for example.
Yeah, there's many different times where I had a plant growing with the same exact regimen as other plants, but it looked something's wrong, and I started having to check things out. It's just something that goes along with growing. But recovery mode is not where I'm going to be at. If I got to recover something, I'm just going to throw it away, start over.
Unless it's something that you absolutely have to keep. But again, realistically, you should always have 2 or 3 of something. So that way, if one does go to shit, you throw it away. It's not a big deal.
So the only time
you're a good enough grower, but I always get stressed out when I see a guy growing one plant. He's going to flower one plant in a 4x4. It stresses me the fuck out because I go, shit. If that guy has any problems at all, there goes his whole fucking harvest. Like, having four.
So I'm gonna keep it real with you. Not to toot my own horn, but I haven't had any problems in flower for a couple of years with any of my plants. Usually everything goes just fucking spectacular. So I know what you're saying, though. A lot of people have issues, but
I don't.
I don't literally have issues very often. It's super fucking low. The last issue I had was like over a year ago. I had one of my crosses that I had put in a DWC system and it showed sexual instability.
I know.
I got stressed out because of the way I was growing it in the DWC with the elevated parts per million, like everything that was going on. It probably just didn't like it because I had grown it many times. It never shown that. So then,
hang on, creative. Hang on. This just came in across the discharge, referring to you literally having no problems in flower. The comment says, "You've bleached it, my baby." I'm not telling you sent me that. I can't.
no, that's not a fucking problem. I got one bud out of thousands of buds in one little area that has a tiny bit of white hairs on the bud. Nothing wrong with the bud. That's not a problem at all.
All right, thanks. Did you get that too? Yeah, go on. Moving on.
I mean, you can look at it as a problem, but like,
Well, you don't even really
100%. But what I mean is you should get to the end goal. You should get to the end goal without it going where you can't get there. You know what I mean?
I don't know grower mo. I don't really know anything about the auto pots. I don't know nothing about those things. In my personal opinion, I wouldn't automate anything until you get to a big amount of plants. Like if you can't hand water 8-10 plants, then I don't know.
that was that auto pot thing there. So a lot of plants behave differently. Some of them won't really mind constant.
Where are you getting this
stuff.
auto pot information from?
The game that I've played, I've completed probably 10 levels on it.
So you're just barely getting past the basic entry level.
Well, I've fundamentals. It's fundamentals, and what you notice, because with the auto pots, they're all running on the same. They're all running on the same res, and some will respond.
Run them on the same res. I thought they had the individual reses underneath.
What, on the auto pot? No.
Here's my situation. Okay, this is my issue with any kind of res, just a res in general, right? Even if you're bubbling, okay, check it out. If you're bubbling air in it and thinking you're putting a bunch of oxygen in your water,
you're not.
You're not.
Who's bubbling? Who's bubbling a res though? Who's bubbling a res? The only reason that you're not adding oxygen, go on.
What happens when your res just sits? I mean, you can move the water, do whatever you want, but when it's sitting, it's getting to whatever room temperature, or whatever temperature is your lung room or your tent or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Well, say your room 75, so your water's going to 75. Do you think it doesn't start growing back? You don't think it starts growing bacteria or different things at different temperatures?
There's a line
and what temperature does oxygen hold best in water at? Well,
if my house is 70 degrees, then
like 68 degrees is where oxygen holds in water best. So if you're holding a res at 75 degrees all the time and you're ready to water your plants, are you delivering the most oxygen you can to the roots when you're watering every time?
Well, first, it depends how you're delivering the water. If it's through the bottom, the plant pot will have layers of where it's really moist, a bit moist, not really moist, and the plant, as it goes through its life in that system, will learn where what's what, and put its roots accordingly to get like real kind of air, physical air, and the water thing. And then with the res, that's a balance of how much water it holds. So if you've got if you've got a massive fucking res and you fill it up with a load of water, it's freezing cold, even probably too cold.
Are you pushing grower mo? Just real quick, grower mo. Are you pushing 3,000 EC? Are you pushing like 4,000 EC in the auto pot? Because if you were, you probably would have pH drips. Like I stack nutrients to where you're talking 3, 4, sometimes close to 5.0 EC.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Try to imagine this. I'm at 600 parts per million through
You're
the whole
burning,
grow.
you burn tips. You're burning the tips for sure. But
3 EC. See, but it depends what nutrient lines that you use.
Yeah, 100%.
I use one like the Simpro. I use one like that, and on that I could feed
you know
it
what
at
I meant, Bob.
3.5, but there was no difference when I did it at 2 or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I've noticed that with most of my
Didn't
nutrients.
burn them.
you can't do that unless you can push everything else, though, right? Like if you're already at 100% light and you're giving 1.5 EC and the plants are fucking loving it, you can't push that to fucking 3.0 because you don't have the light now
Well,
for the
that's
plant
veg.
to be able to eat it up and convert it.
That's
and
veg.
in
though,
other
innit?
scenarios, if for whatever reason your CO2 levels, say you don't run extra CO2 and your CO2 levels for whatever reason, you're a single person, it's not very high in your growth space. Again, you can't push those numbers because you don't have the CO2 to support those numbers either.
That 1.5 is veg, though, surely. And
Well, I
mean,
don't know.
you're not really
Whatever
vegging in an auto
people's
pot.
nutrients. Yeah,
You
whatever
shouldn't be
those.
vegging in auto pot. Not really. It wants to be in there for 2 weeks. Maximum a week. It will soon sort out where it wants its roots. But some people put them in there. They'll pop a seed, and 2 weeks later, that's what the Mo Buds or whatever his name is said. The Autopop said, 2 weeks, and then you can put the seedling in the system. And if you did that,
I mean, I'm finding that you could really push the nutrients if you can give it a lot of light. I mean, for the most part, you're gonna have the CO2. Most people do. They got dogs, they got cats, they got fucking extra shit, But if you, like I say, say you're running a 400-watt light and you're at week 2 and you're already pushing close to 100%, and you're only running say a 2, EC or something, and you're already pushing the max of what everything you can do because once you start pushing and stacking nutrients and you don't have the light to fucking use up and create the energy to eat all that up and deal with all that, your plants are not going to be happy.
Yeah, it took me 4 grows to get to the point where I got one bleached top. It took like getting closer each grow. You know what I mean? Like I'm experimenting.
Next grow, we're going to get 10.
Nope.
We're getting closer and closer to the full canopy of 200%.
No, you're hilarious.
THCA.
Where the measurement where I'm at right now, 14 inches of canopy, is where that light will stay.
You just figured out where you need to keep it.
Yep, I know where it's got to be, and then I got a perfect spot. I know exactly if it's 12 inches. So if one little top gets too high, I know I got to bend it a little bit because it might get bleached. If I let it grow any taller than into the 10 inches where it'll get bleached.
That's where.
So.
What's up, Donald? That's where running
multiple grows.
In my opinion, the same strain, same pheno of that strain all at the same time is just the easiest.
I've never gotten that before. I've never gotten my light close enough to damage my plant. That's the first time my whole grow career that I've seen that with those lights that I have.
And I know that had nothing to do with a nutrient thing. That has nothing to do with
No, it's just too much light.
It's a powerful light.
Yeah.
Channel 2's there. Channel 2's in chat. You probably can't see him. He's got you blocked. But he's saying, why didn't you move yours early? Huh?
I did.
Hang on, he says okay. All right, moving on then. It's just playing.
Yeah, it's even on my live. I've been showing the canopy every day with no damage, and then I seen that
when I seen yours, I really started looking at mine when I seen yours because I'm really close. But I'm only like 400 watts right off the fucking top. Yeah.
And you can tell so easy. They do. They look. You can tell so easy. You can tell them very early.
Yeah, it's easy to tell. I could tell like the day that it started to happen, and I let it accumulate over 3 days total, so it barely did anything. And then I showed the bud, and
So I
it's kind of
like
cool.
you.
It's kind of cool to
You're
see because I've
obviously
never
listening.
seen. I didn't think that genetic specifically, that plant, because it likes a lot of light. I didn't think that it would respond in that way.
Yeah, I bet you
but
if
it
your
did.
light would have been down like 10% on the dial, it probably wouldn't have did it.
Probably not. No.
Good to
Because
see that you're listening to Carl. Have you ever experienced the terps of a 200% THC top bud?
do I
And
think the top would have bleached without with CO2? But I have no idea, dog.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
not
it would have.
running.
I think
So
no,
the
it
light,
still would have. Yeah,
yeah, the light is not. The light is too close, so the intensity is too
the
much.
intensity is too much. Yeah, it's like being in a tanning bed, and you got it cranked up too high, and you come out there and you're fucking just way burned instead of having a light color. You're fucking just scorched. Like, ooh,
You see people when they get burnt. That shit is funnier than fuck.
it is.
Oh my god! When you're totally red and then you can touch their skin, you see all the. It's like it turns white for a second, lose all the blood. Hilarious. It was
we
funny.
caught a couple. We caught a couple of trolls there, creative, with that little trick we did there. So we'll just tell them all about it now. This bleach bud, we made it happen on purpose. It's by design because we're going to do a raw smoke review, a side-by-side smoke review of a bleached 200%er and then just a normal bud.
Retarded.
So that, well, you'll know then what Carl's.
None of this is true at all. I've been getting my lights
Oh,
closer and not trying to get any bleached anything. But
can we keep one bit of the story true? Will you do that one thing for me? I want
No.
you
Side
to
by side.
smoke it. I want a smoke review.
Oh
If
no, I'm
that's-
definitely gonna look at it at the end. I'm looking at it as it goes, and the bud is totally developing, but that top part is not doing the same thing it was doing. It kind of like froze. So the white hairs are there, but the bud is filling out and finishing. But the white hairs just stayed in the same spot. They didn't get any bigger.
the very tip of it, it reminds me of you. I don't know if you've seen The Lord of the Rings or not, but there's a king on it that gets took over by some demon, and it's perfect space. Oh, that's what the very tip of it. I can't wait for the smoke review of it. You've never even had one like that. You've never even smoked like that, have you? A white
Nope.
one?
Nope.
Will that make you? Will it burn white ash?
No, look,
Oh,
this is what I'm
God.
saying. This is what I'm
It'll
saying.
glow.
The damage that bud got has stopped completely, and it wasn't enough to damage the bud. There's a maybe 5% or less of the bud total is going to have white
it'll
hairs on
probably
it.
we'll have to do bowls of it.
No,
We're not going to be able to do
this is what I think is going to happen. I think when it dries, it's just going to be more red hairs on the top of that bud than the other ones, and it'll still look exactly the same because it's not in that intensity anymore. It's not, you know what I mean? So like
the
it's
reds
doing its
and the
regular thing again.
whites.
I think it's going to be way less noticeable than what you think. Now, if I would have left it up and let it bleach out, like I noticed some other people's gardens, I noticed it makes the bud look way different. Like the bud starts to get weird. Like it shapes weird. Like, you know what I'm talking? You've seen the bleached tops when people let them keep growing. They like fucking make a cone, and the bud, it starts forming bud where those hairs are, where the bleach is, and it makes the bud look really different than the other buds.
You've sacrificed yield on that white top by adjusting the light height. Will you make that one small promise to me, creative, that we'll have a smoke review of the very white bud?
I'll make a video. I'll show you what it looks like at the end.
Oh, I don't want. I want it live, straight to the dome.
Now I don't know if I'm gonna smoke a bleached bud, bro.
Why not? There's absolutely nothing up with it. You've not put anything bad into the plant. It's not all of a sudden made it radioactive. It's just destroyed its potential. And be interested on your view on how hollow
You said
all
you
little
destroyed
I
tiny
don't think so.
buds
Here's
are.
my. I'm
You
pretty sure that it's
destroyed the
going to be
potential when you
identical
smoke it.
to the other buds. There's going to be no difference. It's not that my opinion.
It's
I'll
not
check
like
it
you've
out.
freaked out the whole plant and
No,
it's
bro.
made the top go white.
No, I think that
It's just
that
that
bud is
top.
going to be just as good as all the other tops. It'll just have a little bit of that white hair shit at the very top.
You know what it tastes like anyway. This is a snowplow, isn't it? You know what? Is it the snowplow? You know
Yep.
what you're expecting. You'll know the difference.
Yeah, when
I'm
people
still so
bleach
very
their tops,
interested in this
they usually. I've talked about this. When people bleach their tops, they leave their plant in the same space where it was getting bleached.
in the
and
zone, baby.
and they don't do anything about it. And that's what probably ruins your bud. But if you notice that's what's going on, and then you get it out of the place that's damaging it, so it still can grow, but not at the same intensity, then the likelihood of it continue to go downhill is lower. It should be able to, and that's if you caught it quickly. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
where I'm looking at the bud, I can tell I caught it early. The bud seems fine. The whole bud seems fine, basically, other than that little bit. So that's why I've been saying to people, why can't you notice that's going on and then do something about it sometime in the garden? I still got 12 days left in the grow. And I noticed that when I had basically almost 3 weeks left. You know what I mean? And
Well,
so,
I guess you're talking about Carl here, but we're not talking about Carl. If you can't, you perhaps your lights
in his
as
situation, he
high as
can't
it will
move
go.
anything. He can't
Perhaps
move
your
anything.
perhaps your light is as high as it goes, and then it's also trying to move a top. Do you guys have Chinese sticks or pickup sticks? A game where you get a load of long cocktail sticks, you drop them on the floor, and you've got to move one without letting the others just go everywhere. It's kind of like that with him. He ain't got no clue what that top is. He can't follow it. So you've just got to let it roll out, ain't you?
So in his situation, he can't move his lights. He can't move branches. He can't do anything. He's just kind of fucked. So if he gets any bleaching, I don't know what he would do. Lower the overall amount of light, which will. I don't even
Make
think he
everything
has.
else laugh.
He's got regular lights, like 600-watt lights. They're not even, really powerful lights. So if he turns his lights down because he's too close, because bleaching tops, because that's about all he's gonna be able to do. What does that do? We all know what lower light looks like on a plant. The buds don't get as developed. They don't get as frosty. They don't yield as well. So
Well, maybe those white buds aren't as hollow and soulless in flavour as you're making them out to be.
no. A fully bleached top is probably not going to have very much flavor in it because it's being cooked. So it's hot.
How do you know?
I don't know, but I
many
understand
respectful
reality, bro. I've been
people-
living for 6 years. I know some shit because I've been alive.
Yes. But how many actual people who you respect, for an honest judge or view of it, have actually foregone the experience of smoking
I've
that
known
wonderful
people who have
white
had bleached
flowers?
tops. I've known people who have bleached tops and who have burnt their tops, and they say they don't have any flavor.
Yes, and so you know that to be true.
No, I know that. I haven't had that experience, but I know that a lot of people have had that experience. That when you burn your tops, it cooks them. You know.
Well, you know what? Jumping out of a plane sounds quite scary, but maybe once you're in the middle of the experience, it might be so invigorating. You might just want to bleach more next run.
I don't think so.
Well, why do you
think
just keep doing it over and over then? Hypothetically talking.
Man, so that's what I said earlier about mechanicalness. So some people are really automated in their life. Everyone is. Like you know how to drink a cup of coffee and bring it up to your lips without thinking about it because you have an automated way of doing it. Like you've already thought about it plenty of times where now you don't even think about it. So then in your daily life, you do that. You wake up, you brush your teeth, you drink some water, you do this, you do that. You're mechanical, right? You're not thinking about it. You just kind of go through the program. Well, some people do that with big things like growing or their whole life. And they just become mechanical in their life and they can't change because they're not thinking about what they're doing. They're just doing it.
Yeah. They don't even know that maybe holding their little pinky out while they're drinking the coffee is actually a lot better and more efficient. But you're making this grower sound very stubborn, pig-headed.
No, I think it's just natural. I think it's natural to.
Oh, you think it's this grower's like that with everything he does?
Yeah, like it's not a problem. Everyone's different. Not everyone's going to have the same capacity for everything.
Yes. Passion for the plant.
He's pheno hunting.
Yeah, exactly. See, crop. I knew you paused your mic for a moment because you were trying to collect your thoughts to come up with something intuitive.
Yes. Yeah.
I have to remember what was really going on.
This is this is the peak of a 20+ year pheno hunt we're witnessing this one. 11 varieties selected throughout the years, stored in the deep freeze, and we're now about to witness it. I just hope he's not got it too close to the light and he's going to bleach everything up and push things up against the walls.
My wife works with a lady here that has a husband that paid some dude to cut his feet off, and his feet are in the freezer.
What's he got them there for? A rainy prosperity?
Did I just say that out loud?
Is the freezer still plugged in?
Well, don't. Is this? It sounds like PD. Don't let her know. She'll be trying to buy them babies.
No, that's a real thing. This guy,
he
got cut off of his Social Security, and so he called this buddy that lives in Florida and told him, "Hey, you come up here and I'll pay you to cut off my feet, and we'll make up a story." His story was going to be the tractor fucking ran him over, like, right? But so the dude came up, went to the fucking hardware store, bought a hacksaw, fucking went over to dude's house, cut his feet off. This is a crazy story, I know. But when the cops got there, they were like, no, obviously it wasn't the tractor because they're clean cuts, like done with a saw.
Yeah, be jaggedy things.
So the cops couldn't find the feet originally, and then finally the daughter came to the cops and said, "Hey, the feet are out behind the barn in a bucket." And so the cops went and collected the feet. And they had the feet for a while, and then the feet went to the morgue people, and then they sent them back to the sheriff's department, and then the sheriff's department gave them back to the people. And now they have them in the freezer.
Yeah,
I mean, now you're ending up in that situation. It's kind of like getting your feet cut off and put in the freezer. It's kind of like getting your clutch done on your car, innit? You just don't do it yourself or get a mate to do it. You get a professional to do it. Because in the long run, you'll fuck it up. It sounds like he's fucked that up there. Is he now incarcerated?
Oh, no, he's out. He didn't get in no trouble.
Well, when the policeman says, "Excuse me there, that doesn't look like a mower took the end of your pinkies off. It looks like it's been done with a nice clean blade, sir." Yeah, I suppose at this point he'd not filed for his insurance, but don't they go, "Hang on, isn't he trying to fucking take a mug of the law?"
They looked at his legs, Bob. They looked at his legs and they were like,
You boofed.
The tractor's fucking man. A tractor, it's gonna look like a hamburger. It's not gonna look like it was cut with a saw. And they didn't even use a sawzall or nothing. Let's talk about that for a minute. what kind of a person can you be to be like, oh yeah, I'm head over to my buddies. I'm driving all the way over there from Florida to go
feet off.
cut my buddy's feet off.
No, you're a
So
psychopath, and this is your chance.
So now, instead of having a successful grow for the rest of his life, he's got his dead dog feet in the freezer. He's like boofed his roots for good, hasn't he? Now he's got no feet, no insurance claim.
No,
Just
now
dead
he's in a fucking
pants.
wheelchair.
Just dead pants. So what's he doing now then? Chilling?
He just sits around. That's why I don't look. That's why I don't try to make a bunch of friends. That's why I don't hang out with people. People are fucking weird. People are fucking weird. Like,
Yeah. Better at arm's length.
you're just like, wow,
Yeah,
I thought I knew
I was
you.
saying that yesterday. Even the motherfuckers you love and care for, there's a lot of shit about them you probably don't like neither. Yeah. This is what it is.
Yeah, but some people, come on, cutting people's feet off, having somebody cut your feet off. That's
I mean,
weird.
that's hardly trivial. I'm just kidding. Well,
I was a bit, I don't know what the word is. Just, that was a bit Delta of Delta yesterday, wasn't it? He's very Delta, isn't he?
Delta, he drives me nuts. I just can't deal with it. Some people, you know, you try to be nice and you try to explain things in a nice way, and they just don't get it. And you're just like, I don't even want to fucking. I can't even stand to even talk to you. Like, you know, get it. Like, trying to be nice about it. Like, showing somebody's fucking ID on the internet is fucking not cool. Like,
nope.
Wow.
Yeah, pants.
Yeah,
I think
that's
he wears
definitely not cool.
You've got to ask yourself though, are you really part of the community if you haven't made a complete ass in front of everybody, dox people, scream government names? You know, are you really part of the community?
I don't want to be part of the community. You know what I mean? Like, I'll just stick to myself and people that cut their feet off.
Jeez. Is he getting them stuffed then? Or getting them can he graft them back to his knees? They're fucked, are they?
I'll have to send you the new.
I'd get them stuffed. I'd get them stuffed and turn them into a pair of boxing gloves.
I'll have to send you the article on so that way you can read it for yourself. It's crazy.
I used to joke about getting one of my dog when he died to get him stuffed so I could have him around forever, but I couldn't. When he died, I couldn't even fucking think about something like that. Not even at all.
I follow this guy. He makes pencil cases out of rats, and the pencil sharpeners in the arse. So funny. And he's doing so he's turning someone's cat into a backpack. So this is sewing its right front leg and left leg together, and its left front leg to make the loops, and then it's having a zip down its back. That's fucking warped somewhat, isn't it?
That's crazy.
I wanted to get my grandma stuff, but they wouldn't let me.
No, could you imagine though having like, say you had a dog and they died, and then you had your dog stuff, and then people come in, looks like you got a dog right there, but then it's not.
You're barking. They're like, what the fuck?
I don't get that. Or like having ashes on display. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want that shit out for everybody to see. It's a personal thing that I want for me, and I keep that away. And
Yeah.
so how the hell am I going to make a display case for my stuffed uncle?
When I'm gone, I'm gone. Like, I don't, the ashes isn't me. I'm gone. Like,
Well,
So I'm gonna.
them ashes are a mixture of that day or that session of burning's ashes. You're not just getting their ashes. There's
Yeah.
some of their ashes in it,
It
but you're
depends on
getting
where you're at.
a gang. Yes, there is that, but I mean, we're talking in general at a normal
yeah.
thing. That's how it goes down.
It's
You can play for individual burnings and get just their shit, but it's
Exactly.
10
They have
times the money.
they have that. Yeah, it costs extra money sometimes too. But like my dog, I got his ashes. They're his ashes. They do like the way that they do it, I guess, is they do one dog and they don't have a lot of dogs to do very often. So like when they do it, it's just that dog, and then they clean the whole thing up. So when they give you the ashes, they give you a whole bunch of shit with it. Like they do a dog footprint in some clay, and then
That's
I don't know,
nice.
put some hair in a little vial. And I was like, I don't want none of this shit. Like I don't even want to be reminded by it. But then after I got it, I was like, I mean, it's cool. You know, maybe once a year I might come back and look at it.
Yeah, just put it out the way. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not fucking hanging it on the wall or something. What the fuck?
Yeah.
That
You
shit's
don't
sitting
have,
on a shelf.
you don't have a little necklace you wear around your neck with little ashes in it?
No, I ain't doing all that.
Well, if you know the whole giving you the ashes thing, they have to pay to get rid of it otherwise. So that can be a contributing factor as to how much ashes you get, right? So how do I know who's in these ashes, right? There could be 20 other people, and now I'm long-term storage for these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Can't I get some kind of, I want money back kind of storage now?
So hold on. The significance of the ashes isn't necessarily for you to just keep it. It's supposed to be when you're healing and you're ready to let go, you take the ashes to a place somewhere out in nature and you let them go when you're let go of that person finally. And then it's like a symbolic thing that people have done.
So you're telling me, you're so hooked on Simpro that you're just throwing away handfuls of nutrients. I like to top dress in veg with my family ashes.
I thought about growing a plant with his ashes. I was like, what if I grew a one weed plant, put all his ashes in the pot, and just to say
it's bone meal, isn't it? It's bone meal.
I don't know what the fuck's in them ashes. I'm good. They might have sprayed bleach down before they burn him.
Well, you ought to do a dog cross, star dog, and do it with your loved ones. No, I'm not that sick.
I'm gonna sell
ash talking about your loved ones.
covered seeds.
Hey, early inoculation.
Yeah, I'm inoculating outside of the seed with the ash, so that the spirit of my dog will live on. So hopefully, it smells like dog shit.
Nice.
Hey, I seen a video. Who the fuck was it? Wiz Khalifa was doing a podcast with some people, and this dude, he had this brand called Dingleberries, and it was about that he took his own feces and he grew plants with his own feces. He made nutrients with his own shit, and it was a whole prank. Like it's just being goofy, but it was fucking hilarious, dude. Like he grows with his own shit, and he calls it Dingleberries.
Oh, do you know what? I absolutely love me some Wiz Khalifa. You know, out of all of the famous celebrity growers that are out there that never grown a fucking plant in their life,
he's not a
and
grower.
earns all the money in different areas of the market and just came into weed because money's hit on it.
He's not a grower.
Those are my favourite gromies.
Yeah, he's not a grower.
Don't you agree? He's not a grower. Then how is he so strong? Got such a strong cannabis brand out there. Is it is it like a McDonald's sponsor?
Wiz Khalifa is kind of like one of those guys that consumes heavily, medicinally, right? So he consumes morning to night, and he's
so he
surrounded
must
by
know
a lot
what's good. He must
Yeah,
know what's good.
he's surrounded by a lot of people, and he found a strain that he really likes, and he basically branded that strain with whoever. Say it was you. He knew you. You're a grower. You have this strain. This strain's medical for him. He wants to brand it because it's his favorite strain. So he brands his favorite strain that he smokes regularly, and then that's kind of how his thing is. So he's not a grower or nothing like that. He's just a guy that selected some weed that he really liked, and he branded it.
He's cashing in, selling out, whatever you want to call it.
Not necessarily. It's not selling out to me, because if you get famous, and then you like a certain strain and you genuinely like it, and you go, I'm going to rebrand it, sell it. Ain't nothing wrong with you leveraging yourself against making money.
Here's the thing with that. But I'm not a multi-millionaire that's made more than enough money for me and my whole family to live generations over. I'm not even like that. But
You're not?
what I'm saying is,
the hell?
you know, if I'm gonna put my name on it, yeah, that's gonna be pretty much my life on. Like, do you know what I mean? Like I'm a singer, bro. I put everything down. Put everything down to sing. Why am I putting my name on someone else's shit?
Well, not everything is not everything is.
It's like an AC Infinity sponsor for the grower.
If I really like one of his songs, can I go rebrand it and put it out as my own?
Yeah, you can do.
No, he'll sue the shit out of me. He would sue the shit out of me. So
it's not. I don't look at it. I don't look at it like that at all.
What makes
I don't look at it like that at all.
Yeah, but
you use Synchro creative, so you look at things different.
If somebody has a strain and they're already selling it, and he comes along and really likes it and takes it and rebrands it as his own, then that's what he's doing.
That's a partnership. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing that. Like,
if it's a partnership, but if he takes it and rebrands it Wiz Khalifa now and it's his.
Yeah, or he could help me. He could help me push my brand. He could help me push my brand instead of taking it.
Nobody's buying it from me anymore because Wiz Khalifa's selling it.
Look, we could all have snowplow, but we all grow differently. So then we could all call it something different. You call it 1, you call it 2, I'll call it 3. And because we grow different, the brand is represented differently because of our cultivation practices, and then how we store it, and then how we promote the product too have a lot to do with it. And then what people value from your brand, and then how much they value your brand to make them really like the product even more. So like, all of us could have the same thing. It doesn't matter if we're all selling it, because only one of us is going to do really good at it probably. It doesn't matter if people are good at selling or not. You need to get better at selling then. Like, life is not fair,
know what?
First of all.
If he's this good at this game, I'm going to start rapping, because I'll be fucking brilliant at that. You know what I'm saying?
No, you could rap. Anybody could rap and get into the game. You just got to do it.
If we all grew the same strain.
Yeah,
right?
but I don't want to have to go into a Diddy party to get to be a notarized rapper.
This is the problem.
I don't want to have to go between card legs like that. Yeah.
We could all grow the same strain and say I grow the best out of all of us, but your name's Wiz Khalifa. Who they going to buy it from? They're going to buy it from Wiz.
It doesn't even matter at that point, Chop. I don't even care who's buying it, because it's not my name on it anymore. This fucker's come in and took my shit and put his name on it, and now he's selling it for me.
But that's what everything is like this. 100% of life.
Now, hey, what about this for the kicker?
Nothing new here. Everything has already been here. It's just whoever's better at it. So if you're famous and you're able to outsell me, then that's just how the reality is that I'm in. I can't do anything about that.
What about if you build your brand, your Wiz Khalifa weed, yeah, on my shit, and we have a fallout and part our ways? I'm back to square one. He's still got the strong Wiz Khalifa brand. He can push any shit out there. Now I'm just back to my name and I'm at square one again.
Well, then you should have been better at not falling out with people.
So it happens. Money makes the worst people together. Money brings the worst out.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the reality we're in is not like, it's not this moral thing. Business is not moral.
Some people should just stay in there like, you're a rapper, do that. If I'm
Yeah,
going,
yeah, facts. And you made enough doing that,
I got a
motherfucker.
really good strain. I don't think you should be a bitch ass and come and take my shit, put your name on it, and now outsell me because you're Wiz Khalifa. No,
Yeah,
I don't.
put some money behind me. If you like it that much, put some money behind me and put my name out there. And you tell people that you're smoking my shit. Don't put your name on my shit. That's how I would ideally like it to be, because he's made what, probably fucking billions, eh? But he's made millions in
For
music
them.
already. Why is he trying to fucking take the normal people over? That was, by the way, putting their lives on danger,
I don't know. I
growing the
don't see how
shit
you
that
have
he
problems with
smoked
people.
for
This
his
shit
whole
don't make
life.
sense to me. Like, how do you have issues with people that you don't know at all or anything? You're making up
Because they're
storylines.
creative.
You're making up
Because they're
storylines so that you can not like this person, and you don't
but,
even know if the storyline is true or based in fact.
because they're creative. None of these people were bothered about the game. None of these people were bothered about the game while it was illegal. Now it is. All the motherfuckers are jumping on it. So them boys that have been
That's
keeping
how
everybody
reality
going
works.
all that time. Yeah, well, we don't have to like reality, do we? We can just say
No, I mean,
reality
you can
shit.
hate everything. Yeah, for real. You could dislike everything and not want everything to be the way it is, but you won't enjoy life as much. If you can just accept that, that's everything's on some bullshit.
I enjoy calling them shitheads and stuff like that.
No, I get it. I get it.
Wiz Khalifa used to get most of all of his weed from Burner. When Burner was working and running the fucking, I think it was called the Rec Center or something like that. It was the hemp center.
It's
in
dispo
California.
weed. It's going to be dispo weed, isn't it? It's dispo weed.
Yeah, Burner got him into his own brand and shit. So, I mean, it ain't like he went in and stole somebody's shit. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't think it's okay. If you really like the strain, you shouldn't be able to go in because you got a bunch of money and go, you know what? I'm taking this over. I'm calling it whatever I want now. And I'm marketing it.
I mean, I understand that perspective, but I also understand the perspective of someone who has a lot of money, who's in that position, and why they would do it. Most people are going to do that to make money. Like, you're not doing anything wrong, neither, from that position. But people can look at it from any perspective and then say it's wrong. But the only time you're doing something wrong is when you're really hurting somebody or you're actually taking something from somebody. So
It's like letting big corporate take over.
yeah, that's how business is, though, and you have to be. That's why not everyone can be a businessman or business owner, because it's very, very hard, and the rules are not fair. They're unfair, and they're leveraged against the person that's going to do the crime. So, that's how it is. Business stuff, bro.
On that note, though, you know, if I've got to do something that makes me act like a bit of a prick, I'm not going to do it. So then I will judge people that do make that decision, because it's against my morals, and I'd like to expect that we all share the same fundamentals.
I mean, same thing. I don't agree with having a strain, and because you found a couple different phenos of that strain, calling those phenos something completely different and marketing it as like it's a totally different weed. When all it is a different pheno of a strain. It's still whatever strain it was, you know.
Yeah, but only like people that have been doing it long enough, and it's only them that realise that there is some level of respect due to the founder of things.
Yeah, but there is, but is there though? Like, all the plants that anyone can have right now, all of them were made by someone else and then the next generation. So they actually don't come from, like, people go, oh, this is OG. Like, dog, that came from other plants. So why give anyone credit at all except for the motherfucker that has it now and that can grow it good? Like, fuck all the storylines that everyone's had about OG. Why can't I just have an OG now and I'm a good grower with it? Why do I have to say Dip Dizzy Whizzle, Dip Light, and whatever the fuck their names are fucking 20 years ago made this shit? Fuck them.
A Dibby Whizzle Dub Light? That sounds fire.
I mean, not all the time, but I give Grow More Stress Less credit for the Super Puff Cherries a lot. It's a really good strain, and I appreciate that he made it. I mean,
all right, I understand that. But like, let's say, and you have a plant and you made a cross with that, and then you always like carry it on. The storyline's always attached to that dude. So then it's your story that you're telling about that dude, but you're putting in work yourself, and you could have made your own story and had your own value, but instead you gave it to someone else. That's how I look at it. Not
He's
everyone
only-
should get your work.
But he's only the beginning of the story. Like, you've got to give credit where credit due, though, because you wouldn't be doing none of the work if this person didn't make it in the first place.
But it has nothing to do with them, though, because they wouldn't be. The same story has to go with if the person that gave them the stuff that they made didn't do that. So really, the credit don't even go to them. It goes to one before them, and then it goes to one before them, the one before them. See how you can never stop? That's how I see it. Like the book, you can't say Kyle Cushman.
No, I think here. So if you put a load of seeds out there, it kind of resets the game. But if you're crossing with someone's pheno that they found out of somebody else's seed, which was reset, if they found a pheno and you're crossing with that pheno, then some respect is due. But if it's out of a pack of seeds, there's only so much respect you can give them because it's a complete fucking roulette.
I don't know. This is what I'm saying. I've never been one to identify real heavily with like brand names and shit. I could care less. People wear Jordans because they want to fucking wear Jordans. I don't care. So then people want to represent a brand plant name because they want to represent a brand plant name too. Sometimes it's not about giving the credit. It's just about this weird ideology of being in
the Wiz Khalifa gang.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So sometimes it's bullshit and it doesn't mean anything.
Not all the time. Sometimes, the name does mean something because it normally means quality.
Yeah.
Well, it only means quality if previously you've put your face and name on quality products. If you're just doing any old shit, your name starts to be mud. Like say a Logan Paul or whatever his name was. His first brand, 2 brands, his first couple of e-coins or whatever they're called, fucking things. They all did well, but now he's got shit for name.
Well, all right, look at this. This is what
depends
people
how much
do.
stuff you sponsor.
They got Z, right? So somebody found the Z. They found this cut, and then people bred with it. And years later, someone has a different cut of a seed from here after this breeding project and all that. And then people are going, "Oh yeah, that's the Z." What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's very far from that now, isn't it?
That's how all genetics are to me. When people tell me a storyline about where it came from, I'm like, I almost can't even listen anymore because it's full of shit. So they're trying
to tag a brand to the seed to make it more appealing, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're going to go,
I'm growing Mac 1, but it's a bag seed. Bro, you're not growing Mac shit.
Yeah,
the bag seed from some shit that might not even be Mac 1.
The crack one, that was a pheno, innit? And I think once you reverse that and make seeds, it's not really a Mac. Them seeds aren't really a Mac 1, even if you've selfed it, are they? Are you ever going to get one of, if you...
Mac 1, you can't reverse onto itself. It doesn't make pollen. It's a kind of genetic plant that can't breathe.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of Mac crosses out there, isn't there?
Yeah, what's the word? Was it a fucking...
So now, if someone says to you, that Mac name has been tagged so much bullshit. Now, if someone says to you, "Here, I've got this Mac 1," what do you think?
I can't even take you seriously anymore. I think you're lost in the world of fucking names.
So that's it. So now, if you've got someone like Wiz Khalifa and they're making T-shirts and fucking
lost in the world of names,
all these different things, I just can't take them serious anymore.
No, I feel that.
Like they're cashing in. You can just tell they're cashing in.
But what I mean is, like, Crop has the plant that he has. So then, why does he have to give credit to anybody other than himself when he has it?
I don't have to. That's the thing. I don't have to. I just choose to.
I know, I get it, but people think you have to, though.
Oh, yeah.
Why do they think that's the case? Who taught our culture that was the thing to do?
And it's my
there is no law on it. But if you're eating a piece of meat you're going to give your dog a bit, aren't you? That's how I see it. You've got to
So if
pay
crossbreeds
pay
with the cherries with
homage.
another plant,
Pay homage.
does he have to keep every time he has a conversation about any genetics he'd breed with? Does he have to keep giving homage to this guy, or at some
Yeah.
point?
Well, do you know what? I hear you there, Creative. Chop,
No.
I'm absolutely sick to death of you talking about what was his name again? Grow more, stress less.
Idiot.
I'm absolutely sick of you saying grow more, stress less. You owe his life and everything to him. Will you please stop that now?
I would now if I crossed it. How could I? Because then I would also have to give homage to the other person's strain too that I crossed it with, right?
Wow. And you know what? Here's the thing that you forgot about. You might
people will
give him
think
a
of your cross
homage.
though. This is what will happen. You'll make a cross and you'll have good genetics, but people in the community will get the idea that it's just a cherry something cross from what's his face. It don't really have shit to do with you, even though you did it. That's how people look at other people's strains nowadays when they've put in the work. So like people give too much credit sometimes, and then they only will explain super buff cherries as super buff cherries. It can't be nothing else no more because that's what it's been. So 10 years from now, when you've made 20 crosses and people are going, oh yeah, this is like the super buff cherries. It's the story that's so false and takes away from the real narrative of, hey, you got this new genetic. What is this? Like, where's the value in what you have now? Who gives a fuck about the story?
Because like you guys just said, Mac 1 crosses. They would all just be known as super buff cherry crosses.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody'd even know the name of what the cross is because they're not even thinking about that.
Yeah.
Well, once you've reached John Bartholo's mythic level of respect, as soon as I see anything that's pink, I automatically pay homage to
super
a famous Canadian breeder. Like that does Grow More, Stress Less. Did he pay homage to my Obama?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, so the way I look at it is if you make a cross of something, now you have something new. Where a lot of other people, they go, no, you've just made a cross of other people's gear. You're just using other people's gear. But to me, that's not true because a child is different than a parent's. And a baby dog is different than the parent dogs. And you can go on and on and on in nature. And that's just the way it is. So then there's no way that what you had is what I have now.
Like we joke about the seeds that I made, super crop cherries, but realistically, all it is super buff cherry S2s. That's all it is.
Did you grow them out, Chop? Did they turn very purple?
Those are the ones that are in the tent.
And you can't really tell the difference between that or the mother plant.
I like what ADHD said. That was a good one. Always pay homage to where you came from. The people there know you.
Well, that might not happen to you, Mikey, but every time I theoretically grow my facility plants, I like to have a family tree for each individual strain pinned up on my wall.
You got a book,
and it goes right back. Do you know my my Master Kush cross? It's actually Roman. I sent its DNA away and it's Roman. Would you believe it?
Yeah, so you should start rebrand it then. And start giving homage there. I don't know. It just why I'm saying this because I'm kind of trolling. It bothers me because people who are really, really, really big in the industry, they say they got the skunk and they got this and they got that, and they only give credit to these certain guys. And it's like, bro, you guys, if you just took your whole generation away, it wouldn't do anything. Like, what are you talking about? Plants are plants. They're gonna be here. They're gonna grow. Give credit to nature that they're here, not the fucking guy. The guy didn't have shit to do with that plant, dog. He might have found it, but then all of a sudden now it's turned into this whole fucking thing where people
like Wiz Khalifa weed and that. I
like
get
the
it.
only
Stop
good weed
trolling.
was back in the day. Like, you got me fucked up, dude. You're a crazy person to think that. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
They might not even know what a fat skunky tastes like either. You know what I mean?
I might not know.
Yeah.
I might not know. Shit. Honestly. Like, you got some of these famous guys, they got the original haze, the original Nilville's haze, and the original this and original that. And then they're like, everybody else, everything that everyone has is just a byproduct of these plants. And in my mind, I'm like, you're such an idiot. It's not even funny. Like, everything goes over your head. You might be smart, but life itself just went over your head because you made that statement. How is this even real? How many billions and billions and billions of cannabis plants are alive? And you're saying that all plants come from a couple different plants. What the fuck are you talking about? What are we even saying? There's a whole fucking world of plants that are totally different in the cannabis realm, but then they all come from, like, come on, dude. People tell these stories that don't even seem right to me mathematically.
Well,
Everything
I've
comes from
always
haze
wanted.
or this
I
or
always
that.
wanted to try that. What's that strain called? I always wanted to the strawberry strawberry cough, one of those. I've always wanted to try one
How
of
do you say
those
it?
because it sounds.
Crop has it. Crop's the strawberry cough guru.
Where did you get that from? There was that. Have you ever had that created?
Yeah.
What grew it?
Yep.
From seed though.
It's not a seed, it's a cut.
So you actually grew the actual real life, original, old school, from back in the day, full of terpene, strawberry kush.
Bro, I have no idea. This is what I'm talking about. This is how people start conversations, and it ends up being false narrative at the end of the conversation. A real way to actually explain what happened was I grew out strawberry cough that Kyle Cushman gave me at a lunch with Cushman. So I have no clue whatever the fuck you just said. That has nothing to do with the experience I had.
It wasn't. The plant that Kyle Cushman gave you wasn't the strawberry. Is the Kyle Cushman strawberry cough?
Yeah, he said it was. Yeah, but why would I lead with this storyline that don't have nothing to do with the actual thing?
So all I wondered was that any good?
No, I mean, it tasted good. I like the flavor. When I switched it into rosin, the flavor changed drastically. It went way too floral for me.
He's such a heavily respected.
Weed. It had a good clear high to it, but the growing wise I did not like growing it at all. It's one of my least favorite plants of all time.
Cannabis. Which are heavily the sensei of the seed, you could say, Kyle Cushman. You think if he, I think his strawberry cough would be good. How it's talked about, the reputation it's gained throughout its decades of being around. Makes me wonder.
For me, the weed is not anywhere close to the reputation. The reputation and the way he explains it, he might like it like that, but for me, it's not that. So it is what it is. He could have replaced his story with Grape Ape and put Grape Ape up on the stage, and it would have been better because Grape Ape's much better plant than Strawberry Cough all the way around.
And again, it's kind of down to a respect thing, whether you give somebody homage to whoever found that cup for your very lucky self. I just never. Well, it's just always referred to as Kyle Cushman strawberry. You know what I mean?
That's because Kyle Cushman's famous. That's because Strawberry Cough is famous. And that's because reality is not real. So people talk in an unreal way.
So he's made quite a bit of money off this. I'm sure he's gave the guy a kickback. I'm sure he gave the guy a kickback because he's old school cannabis, isn't he? That's how these guys used to work. I'm sure he's found the guy and gave him a few $100,000 for the millions and millions he's earned from that guy's very own.
Look, so check this out. He doesn't owe anybody anything. If I get a cut from somebody,
fuck the guy.
Say I come to your house and then I don't know you, but then you got this strawberry cut and you're like, yeah, bro, you can have it. And I'm like, fuck yeah. And I take it and it ends up being something I really like. And then I make it famous. And then you come to me and say, you owe me. Bro, get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah, get the fuck. Hey, do you know what, Creative? If I buy you out of the kindness of my very good big heart, if I buy you a lottery ticket one day, and you win $200 million on it,
I'm gonna
just tell me to fuck off, man.
No, that's different.
Why is
totally
that different, though? Why? I don't know why. Why is it different?
To me, it's different.
Gave you something. I gave you something, and now you're rich off it.
No, so like it's different. If I have a bunch of money, this is different. It didn't take any work for me to do that. Now, if I put in work and I build something up,
what work did Kyle put into finding that phenotypical blend?
He had the plant. What are you talking about?
What, someone just gave it in? It's almost like a lottery. It's almost like a lottery, isn't it?
The person that he got it from has absolutely nothing to do with what he did from the second he got it on to right now. Has nothing to do with it.
He took the clone as a pity. He didn't want it. He was never going to grow it.
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, Chop, will you just do me a quick favour? I've got an ounce of gold here. I just want you to take that, my brother. Take it. And you know, in 20 years, when that's worth £1 million and I'm cold and hungry, homeless, living in a back garden, fuck me, bro.
I got you. But if you give me, give me a cut right now, and you go, you can have it. You can do whatever you want with it. And then I turn it into a multi-million-dollar company, and then you come back to me and want some, I'm going to tell you no.
Hey, sorry. But do you know what? If I give you a cut,
you're a buddy hustler. You're coming in trying to buddy hustle on a motherfucker. That's what it is. I don't like buddy hustling.
It might not make $1 million, but it might make $1 million.
Buddy hustling is fucking some very unmanly
It might
shit.
Or it might not. It's just like a lottery to me. Do you know what I mean? What you're going to do, put work in. It's quite a bit of work for me to check my lottery numbers and to keep that ticket.
No, that's the way I look at it.
If I give you something, yeah, and it makes you rich, I don't care how much work you put in, you wouldn't be rich without my fucking cut.
As a friend, not expecting you're going to take and try to make money off, you know.
Don't forget I gave you this. Don't forget I gave you this cut, friend.
No, I don't work like that. I wouldn't. If I had a friend that gave me something and then I did something with it and they expected something out of it, me and them wouldn't be friends immediately.
No, the friend isn't expecting. But you, my friend, are my friend. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, gave me something.
This has nothing to do with you're trying to figure out a way to win this argument, which you can't. Kyle Cushman didn't have to give dude shit. He don't owe dude. He didn't even know dude. He don't know nothing about dude, how to get a hold of dude, nothing. So why would he have to give something to dude something?
Well, it's okay then. It's kind of like me walking through your back garden. I'm walking through your back garden and I found a gold coin.
And you give me a cut and something like that happens. It's probably going to be a lot different than that. But if somebody just gives you some shit and then you do something with it and they want something back, that individual has a moral problem. They think people owe them shit for what they do. That's an issue to have.
I don't think the guy gave it
walking around thinking everyone owes them something. Hey, bro, that one time I gave you good advice and you got your life together. You owe me money now. Hey, I remember one time I shut your door when it wasn't shut all the way, dog. So your car hasn't been broken into recently. I need to start using it.
He's very passionate about Kyle. He's passionate about Kyle. We're talking hypothetical, okay? This guy gave it him because he's nice for a friend. He didn't give him it knowing what he was going to do with it. That wasn't the intention behind it. It was hooking the guy up, doing him a favour, a friend at a fucking smoke, wasn't it? There was a smoke and there's a clone there. And the guy fucking... I've heard the story 1,000,000 times, mate.
Yeah, me too.
So now, this very kind man that I built my whole shit off, that I built everything off, this very good cut, that I put no work into finding. Yeah, I'm going to promote it and make some money, but I put no work into finding my core materials. It's like digging up coal. It's like the people burning log fires and not the lumberjacks aren't getting any fucking money.
I don't know. I think people lift up the old
cut isn't rich.
I think people lift up the last generation too much and don't look to the new generation enough. Everyone wants to give everyone credit and everyone wants to drag everyone else along, but nobody wants to fucking move forward and do something themselves. Everyone expects everyone else to do something for them, but no one else will fucking do anything for themselves. That's wild. Like the kind of mentality to think that people owe you because you've done something for them is juvenile as fuck to me. Trying not to be rude, but that's like wild. If I help you out and I feel like, and then you feel, and I feel like I owe you now, or you owe me now because I help you out, I'm immature mentally. I can't. Life is not like that. That's wild to think that way.
It's great to know each other's environment, isn't it?
I think
And also,
I think it's weird that you wouldn't think that, like, if somebody gave you something and then you turned around and made a bunch of money off it, that you wouldn't just automatically in your head think, man, I got to give this guy a kickback.
I would do that. I do that. I'm that kind of person, but I'm not obligated to do it. And if you think I'm obligated to do it, that's what I'm saying.
You would be.
We're talking about something different. We're saying that an individual thinking that someone would owe them after they did that.
No, the guy isn't thinking that he is owed. I'm thinking it's a bit of a prick move for Kyle not to do it.
He has reached out to do, and
yeah, it's been reaching out to him for forever, mate. You know.
Yeah,
we're all online. How can a troll find your address and dox you and so easily, but this guy can't find a guy? I'm sure it's. You know, he's got plenty of money. He can get a private detective on it and track that.
Not what made Kyle Cushman famous, anyways.
Oh, he was one of the first writers in High Time.
No, yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
He was kind of famous outside of Strawberry Cop. So if anything, if we're keeping it real, that dude that gave Kyle Cushman a cut owes Kyle Cushman for making something that he did famous. He owes him now.
Because everybody knows he grew that. He doesn't just sound like a fucking crazy person.
So if it wasn't for Kyle Cushman, he wouldn't be able to have the opportunities he has today, probably.
Yeah. But Kyle didn't even originally grow it, so.
Yeah, I'm just talking shit for fun anyway.
And wasn't it lucky that all that very long time ago, he had the forethought to take clones and to preserve it for all that time?
I don't know why he gave those cuts out. Do you know?
He took the strawberry cut call, went over to his friend's house and said, here, you got to grow this. If you don't grow this, I'm not giving you no more grow equipment. That's what he told the dude. So the dude didn't even have the choice whether he wanted to grow it or not. Kyle made him grow it. So Kyle didn't grow it. He made somebody else grow it. So Kyle had nothing to do with the strawberry call at all.
So, and are you saying that Kyle was promoting illegal activities? Oh my God! Making other people take risks for his own self-good.
I believe it was medical in California. So
I don't know how long it's been medical out there. I thought he'd been about 30 years.
What Mikey says is what it's about. Like, you know, that's some things go without being unsaid. But if you demand, if Mikey sat and said, someday, you know, you owe me, or someday you do get something going on, and then he says you owe me, I would say that his attitude made it to where he doesn't owe you anymore. Matter of fact, he doesn't owe you.
I don't think Mikey gave it him on the intention of making money.
No, but he knows that if Crop did something with it someday, he'd probably fucking give him a kickback. But if he never did, Mikey would probably never even say nothing about it, or even probably give a fuck.
Well, he's not even expecting anything if Crop does make money. He just knows who he's dealing with, and that's why he'll just give it him.
Yep.
There's a difference in making like $20-$30 versus making, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Like, obviously there's a difference between that.
You've got to cover your cost, haven't you? You know, you don't want to be fucking.
I haven't sold strawberry cop at all. I've given it away to other people that, you know.
Yeah, I gave it away every time.
I will give it away, but I'll ask Mikey, hey, you think this, you know, because I got it from
Are
Mikey.
they worthy?
Oh, like, hey, do you think, you know, it's nothing against nothing, but I'm not going to just give the cut away without asking Mikey because they found the cut. You know, it's not, you know, and do I have to do that? No. Do I do that out of respect? Yeah. Am I old school that way? I guess so. Should I think of the new generation? No, because I'm old school.
This whole conversation comes back to, if someone puts you on, should you pay back what they put you on? If you
pay your homage,
100%. Yeah, but not all things are like that, though. If I go buy something from you, I don't owe you shit. If I buy some
yes,
seeds
there
from
is that
you,
kind of degree to it as well. There is
yep.
an
But
element of that.
absolutely.
Yes.
Like if I give you a whole grow setup, right, and you knock it out of the park, and I have a bad run, I'm not going to be like, well, you owe me some because I gave you that whole set. No.
It should be without. It should be
You know,
without said that's
No
the
strings
scenario.
attached. When you give things, there's no strings attached.
it just
That's
depends
how
on
it should be.
it depends on how your morals are, I guess. How you morally live your life.
Yeah.
Morally, if you made a bunch of money off something and you were just had the attitude that, yeah, I don't owe you shit, I ain't giving you shit. Then
You've got to pay the tax man
in my,
homage,
well,
and you
in my-
hate him.
I
in
mean,
my opinion, you better watch out how karma is, because karma's a motherfucker. He'll come back and whack you in the ass.
really, I think it really depends on the scenario. Like, it's really case by case. There's going to be situations where you get stuff from people and you shouldn't help them out because the way that they gave it to you wasn't really in a helpful way. It was just easy to do. And then what you did with it, though, might have been a bunch of work. So the value they put in it was not like the value you put in it. So you create the value. So then to be able to turn around and then give them back what you built up doesn't make sense sometimes to me. It's kind of like, I don't know. Like if somebody gave me something just like, hey, I don't want this anymore here. And then I do something with it. And then I wouldn't feel like, oh, I need to go back and make sure I pay them or something like that. If they're close to me, I probably will because you're close to me. I think about it. You know what I mean? You'll be on my mind more often than not. But if you're not around me, like I don't know you very often, I probably won't even think about it, honestly, because it's not that big of a deal. Because it wasn't a big of a deal when you gave it to me. But if you made it a big deal when you gave it to me, I might be like, if you said, this is my favorite cut, blah, 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 I'm going to think about you and I'll probably reach out to you and I'll be like, bro, look, I took your favorite cut and this is what I've done. What do you think? And try to help you out. I'll try to do something for you. But,
I gave Strawberry Coffee money. They got a hold of me and said, hey, do you mind if I sell it? I want to sell cuts. And I said, I'd rather you not right now because I'm making seeds and I'm kind of playing around with it a little bit. And they were like, cool. I won't do shit. To me, that is a very respectful thing of the dude to do. Did he have to do that? No. Is that a respectful thing to do to the person that gave you the cut? Yes. Because you don't know. Like, I give you the cut, you turn around and sell it and flood the market with it, and then now that
same story.
everything that I'm working on is fucked because everybody's got it.
I got the same story. Caregiver Nate, I went to his clone class, and he gave out cuts of apple fritter, the Bumpy's cut, and then I grew that out, and I liked it quite a bit. And Caregiver Nate made a S1 of it, and he had made frittles and a couple different crosses and stuff. And I was noticing what he was doing all on my own. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to keep apple fritter around anymore because I want to breed with it. But I'm noticing this is integral to most of his stuff that he's breeding with. So I'd rather let him have that lane completely. So I just got rid of the plant, even though I liked it, because I like more that Caregiver Nate has his thing going on with that plant. You know what I mean? Because he's my friend. So like, I don't even want to grow what he has integral in his projects, even if I like it, because I'm giving it to him, even though it's his already. So some people go, well, it got given to you, you could do whatever you want. And in my mind, I'm like, well, what if I get bigger than Caregiver Nate someday online and I can outsell his brand with the apple fritter? I don't want to do that. So instead, I'll promote his apple fritter. He's the only one that got it. You know what I mean? So I'm able to pull him along with me if I ever do get anything, and I don't have to have any of this shit.
Did you go to Scrog school after clone class?
Huh? No, his clone class is pretty cool.
And it depends what day you catch me on. I might be in an arsehole mood in that stage of flower. And if Chops gave me the SBC and I've made a load of money off it, I might be so grumpy, I think, fuck it, he gave me that. I'm going to move into his back garden and own half his shit. People do take advantage, is what I'm saying. Give them a bite and they'll take the whole arm.
If somebody gives me a cut and goes, I don't want you to breed with this or anything. I'll be like, okay, cool. I'll flower it out, but I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm not gonna keep it
Chop.
anymore.
Chop, what are you gonna do about that if I move into your back garden?
Oh fuck.
Is that all right for a bit? It's only for a bit.
No.
DW.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I wish Santa took your fuse board now. You'd still be trapped within the 8-inch.
You can stay in my backyard. So here, I'll set a tent out there, and if you can live out there for a solid week, I'll let you stay out there for free for 90 days.
Hey, you better watch who you say that to. Have you got an outside tap?
Oh no, there ain't no water access.
Why are you cutting my water off?
No. It's my water, so it's not cutting anything off.
I'm gonna go out into the street and turn your water off then.
No, you'll have to steal water from your neighbor. I don't think anybody could live in a fucking backyard out here without no shade. You fucking die. The sun will kill you.
Oh, they do it in bloody what's that place called there? Where it's like pretty much lawless.
Phoenix?
In the no, it's like in the middle of the Salt Lake or some shit. You must know what I'm on about. All the famous YouTubers have been there and nearly met a grisly death.
Vegas?
These motherfuckers are camping out in the middle of it's their own city. There's a dude that's built a statue there. The factions of meth heads.
You're being serious.
You're trolling me now. Back.
No. Bro, I don't know about any cities and meth heads. I don't keep up on that type of data.
Are you talking about, fuck, I forget what it's called. It's in California, right? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not sure where it is. It's red hot desert. They've got their own bars there. There's people living in tents, trailers. It's something city in it. I can't think of it.
Yeah, it's
like a homeless city in the middle of nowhere.
Slab City.
Slab City, that's it.
Slab City.
Slab City.
Yeah, it's in California.
What is it?
I can't even remember why I was talking about it.
It used to be I think it was an Air Force base, but it was just all the stuff's been destroyed now. And there's some concrete here and there, but it's been taken over. Homeless people, yeah. They've taken it over, built houses, brought in campers. They have a little bar, they have a coffee shop, and it's all.
You do not know about this place?
No, I've never even heard of it.
Jeez.
Yeah, you have to look it up.
A bunch of fucking homeless people living out in the middle of fucking desert sounds wild as fuck.
I just can't take you serious anymore as a professional YouTuber if you haven't seen at least one documentary on Slab City.
Hold on. I don't have Netflix or Amazon.
Next you'll be telling me that Gypsy
I haven't watched a movie in 4 years. I haven't watched a movie in 4 years. I don't watch no TV at all.
No, I don't. I don't have the attention span longer than 30 minutes. Are you crazy? I struggle to get past 10 seconds unless my endorphins are flowing, trolling folks.
No, I think Netflix and Amazon are part of a giant pedophile ring.
Oh, creative.
Oh, sorry, wrong word. A diddler.
Yeah, you didn't allow that in your chat.
Well, it was different. It didn't slip out.
Talk. I remember Parker typing it, and he was in the middle of a ferocious argument in chat. His tensions was running high, and he was busy typing such a long paragraph. He didn't even hear you say, "I don't want that shit in my chat," and delete the message. He was halfway through his sentences, and then he dropped that one again, and it was very upsetting for you, Creative. I heard the tone of your voice.
No, I wasn't upset at all. I just wasn't trying to fucking have people arguing about that shit.
Yeah.
Bro, I've been around way too many people talking shit and being around them motherfuckers, bro. I've fucking had enough of it.
Do you go to Vegas?
I've never been. Have you?
No, I'd like to go in them tunnels down there and hang with the Gromies for
No,
a bit.
you don't want to go in those tunnels.
Why is
No,
that?
you
though?
don't.
What tunnels?
They will
Under
kill you.
Vegas?
Yeah, man, it's free accommodation, so you can spend all day in the casinos, spend all your money, and then when you're flat broke, you can go in the tunnels. Like Salvation Army. Another documentary. Have you seen that document? Any of them creative?
No, it's probably on Netflix or something, ain't it?
Look there.
So it's raw on YouTube.
I just sent you a Slab City documentary. It's on YouTube.
All right.
Is he ready? Is he ready for the terrible story of Gypsy Rose, the young girl whose mum made her pretend disabled for about 15 years, and then mother had a miserable ending, and they ran away with dear boyfriend, and then she played all innocent and all that, and blamed the ADHD guy or whatever he is.
She's still around, fucking causing issues too.
Is she out? I've seen recent.
Oh yeah, she's out.
Yeah. Hopefully she's not making any money off that terrible story. And if she does, I hope she pays homage to her dear old ma. I don't think she will, though.
Crazy, right? Like, that's a story. That's crazy shit.
But do you know the best part? She's still so very young and fertile, and will probably have children herself. That will be so interesting. I wonder what crosses phenotypes will be displayed within that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Should that even be allowed? Someone that dark, terrible.
You mean like just make her go in and get fixed?
Well, it's kind of. I know it's a bit harsh, but I believe that other kinds of people should be chemically denied. And I think that once you kind of take away lives, I'm not so sure you should be bringing them in.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of a champ killer, aren't you? You know what I mean? You can't keep doing this shit over and over. Just growing. Because who knows what kind of crazy bones is going to come out of that situation.
Can you imagine driving a couple hours into the desert to a homeless place? Like, I don't even want to be in a scenario like that, because it's like you're out in the desert and there ain't no cops or nothing. There ain't nobody. Matter of fact, you're probably gonna have to shoot somebody.
I gave him the real story documentary from real.
Oh no! You want the Brandon Buckingham pheno, and I really don't like the flavour of the Danny. What's his fucking name? Fuck that pheno. You want the Brandon Buckingham pheno, or what's that other guy called? There's a big fat one that hangs out with them.
Yeah, that fat guy.
Last free place in America.
Coffee, doesn't he? Mud flap pheno. Yeah. You want the mud flap pheno. That will save you weeks of veg in understanding. You'll get straight into flour on that one. He's a crazy cat, that.
That's a quick flip.
But he's ace, isn't he, Chop? Don't you just want to hug that big guy?
Some of those people, I think would be pretty cool, but some of them are out to fucking lunch. Just straight gone.
Yeah. Do you know who Brandon Buckingham is then? Have you ever watched his stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, Danny Mullen, that's the other guy. I don't like him. He's a bit of a
yeah. I watch all that.
Brandon, he's funny, man. And there's that other guy, Dog's Gotta Eat. Do you know him?
I'm not sure what
that's his catchphrase. He says, "Oh, big dog's gotta eat" or something. And he's a white dude about their age, short brown hair, and he goes around all the hoods and stuff like that. He went out with the Kia boys.
Fucking CIA.
So I don't even believe you're a real YouTube grower now, creative, not knowing all this.
No, I don't consume content like that. I don't
Well, how
care
do
about
you
none
even
of
know
that.
what you're growing? How do you even know what you're growing without, you know, watching an Indian street food video?
I'm good.
The Indian street food videos.
No, I
Yeah.
mean, people do that. Like, people watch and do all that stuff. And I'll go ride my mountain bike or fucking
Well,
something. I'll do something
have
different
you
than
ever
watch a
have
stream.
you ever cooked? Have you ever cooked with microbes?
No,
Well, you don't know the true potential of what you're doing now.
I'm good. I don't even like cooking, so
Here's the thing. I went to one of those very foul places like that. Is it on the middle of a bus journey in the middle of fucking Egypt, at a petrol gas station kind of thing?
hold on. You were in
And you
Egypt.
yeah. You
What
had
were you
to.
in Egypt for?
Well, you go to the pyramids to mine gold for the Anunnaki.
So
Yeah?
you went to Egypt to mine gold.
Yes.
See, this is more interesting than the original story.
Well,
What'd you do with the
I
gold?
don't know. So I'd shave my head, and it's gold plated.
So you're racist.
Yeah, I hate 925s. I'll be on that. Anyway, back to the microbe situation.
But you're in the real Egypt, though, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So we're in a gas station, kind
In
of, as you
Egypt.
call it, a petrol station. Yeah, a roadside hellhole. Okay, where you've got to go and pay to have a little wee. So
Did it
we
feel
go
like
in
you
the
were in Egypt while you were there, though?
Oh fucking hell!
Is this still Egypt?
Yeah, I don't even. I could. Just bad times. Okay, I could if once you got inside the place, I could have been in Birmingham or Leicester, somewhere like that. But I wasn't. Anyway, so I go in the place. I didn't touch anything. I
So
picked
you
up
were
a
in
bag.
Birmingham?
Hey,
You were in Birmingham?
yeah, New England, over in the States, and I picked up the bag by the corner. And then I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Put it down with 2 fingers. I immediately stripped off and sanitized myself, went back into the bus, and within 30 minutes, I was absolutely dying. And these are the experiences that you're missing if you're not cooking with fecal fingers and things like that creative, using the microbes, because you get the quick flush. You take the food in and it's straight out. You're not stacking nukes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not going to Egypt, so
You
all
say
that
you
went
had
over my head.
Well, it's you know, Africa, India, all the street foodie places. I mean, don't tell me that you haven't even seen the video on the people in China that go and dig fat out of the sewers and cook their very lovely street food with that same stuff. Have you not seen that documentary?
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Why would I have watched that documentary?
Because again, you're not spending enough time with the plant. How are you going to zip yourself in that tent? How are you going to zip yourself and supplement with CO2 without watching YouTube? I mean, what else are you going to do in there? You have so much time.
Not really. I mean, have you ever gotten into crypto? If you try to start learning crypto shit, that can take up any of your free time. Actually, all of it.
Yeah, they're great at taking up all your money and pumping dumps and stuff like that, aren't they? That's another quick.
It takes a lot of
That's
time to
another
take up a
quick
lot of your
flush.
money.
Yeah, quick flush. I'm good with that. Pretty much all gambling is good. In fact, do you know what I like to do? Probably once a month.
No,
I like
gambling
to
is
have
great.
a go on the lottery. Just one little go on that lottery, and I get the lucky dip. So I let the system decide what's going to happen. And every day, every time, for year after year after year, it's
Never won
ended in
shit.
complete not won a fucking penny. Complete disappointment. And I just like to do that to remind me once again that if you're taking any kind of easy money, there's always a risk. There's always a gamble. So fuck that. Protect what you've
Crypto's
got.
not easy money.
Well, am I going to be, you know, for the first few grows I do there, am I going to be a crypto killer? Am I going to waste all my money for those first few grows?
Yeah, it's actually a lot worse than growing. It's like times 100. So whatever problems could occur in growing, it's times 100 in the crypto space. So basically, that's why 99% of people end up not doing it over a period of time, because it just gets worse and worse and worse.
God, do you know what? I'm flying. I've drank that many cups of coffee. I've run out of teaspoons and I'm stirring with a fork. And they've all been 3 sugars, full fat and cream. I'm going to have heartburn for about 9 days after this cup.
What?
I'm not saying all that again. I've drank way too much coffee. Is what I'm saying. My pulse rate's gone through the roof. Right.
Too much coffee. I don't know.
Have you scoped that white bud yet? Creative. How many weeks we got?
I got plenty of time. But still, I
Stacking, my
just started
baby.
week 7, so
Week
probably like
7.
yeah, probably like 10 days.
Oh. I wonder whether. I mean, there isn't enough to press this run. We could try next one. I wonder what the difference will be from an early pull and a late pull.
Oh,
We're
there's
still-
going to be a weight difference. Definitely a weight difference. I remember I was
It'll be
pulling
more whiter.
when I
more
was doing
whiter if you
rosin.
pull.
When I was doing the rosin pressing and everything, I was pulling a little bit early, and my yield, I was getting lower yields by I felt like pretty good amount. My buds did not feel full like they should, but the rosin was fucking spectacular though. But then when I grew out stuff, oh yeah, look at that. The hell was that? I thought you didn't like rosin and stuff.
Is that what? Why is that in 2 separate things there? Are you experimenting with pressing their chop? What's going on?
You're muted.
You're back. Is that 2 separate presses there, my dear?
No, that's dispo.
The dispo flow, yo. Why is it 2 very separate colours? Is that in the one jar without a divider?
Yeah, one's just the way it fucking stacks up. One's
Settled.
yeah, kind of separated. It's kind of
Lovely.
Yeah, so
I like the consistency. I mean, well, there isn't any. Go on, creative.
there's no
yeah, if you can whip that shit, it'll homogenize.
What strand?
This one's orange orbit. Fucking whatever that is.
Hey, have you ever seen super buff cherries in the dispo?
No, sir.
Well, isn't that a super buff cherry cut? The Carl chap has.
The Carl has? No, but Carl had one, he said. But
What? I've not heard him mention hide nor hear of it. Have you?
not lately. I seen the one video and he said, look, I even have a super buff cherry. It has
Yes,
one super buff
yes.
cherry, and then I never seen it again.
Well, what happened with that one plant there? The School of Crop.
I'm just gonna guess. It was probably a lot more stretchy than he was ready for, and it got out of hand for him immediately.
It could be that, or it could be one of the 3 whatever strain OG is running up against the wall there. Whoever knows, we can't tell, can we? We just try and figure things out from the pieces of information we're dealt. One thing I have noticed through the years, though, my very short time here on YouTube, is that when these lots start saying things about a growing technique, it usually reveals truth, like veg times, EC, just little things like that aren't really any importance in the plant itself.
Not when you got to go to the grocery store to get something to help you control the temperature so you can control the stretch.
Well, he didn't go to the store with that does the stretch stuff, does he? He must have a real good friend in there. I bet you when he comes, they're like, "Oh, hey, Carl, how you doing?" Isn't it? I imagine them to be the best of friends. I mean, a pallet of cocoa every couple of months, you know.
I feel like if I was gonna hire Carl or somebody else that doesn't grow, that can't fill their space out, like say we're talking about like a plant killer that's having a hard time, they're new at growing, I would hire a plant killer first because I feel like I could get them quicker to where they need to be than Carl. Carl would be like, it'd take a decade to get him where you need to be.
Fighting you every step of the way.
Yeah, the whole way.
But you
It'd be harder
he
than
did he sent his DNA away like Chop, and he's Cuban, so maybe he's right, and you are the one, in fact, wrong here.
I'm always wrong though, so that sounds right.
I think he would fight tooth and nail to disobey you as a grower. He'd be so disobedient. Wouldn't listen to a damn thing. You'd rather take somebody willing to accept information, like the chap you say you don't like, for example.
No, you gotta be cognitively able to do shit like a normal person, though.
Okay. Oof. Well, that leaves our picking slim, my dear friend. If we're hiring any YouTubers, if we're hiring someone off YouTube, do we have to deal with YouTubers like this?
Yeah, there's two crops up here with two different background images. We've entered into the metaverse.
I wonder if we're still being restreamed. Surely not, because you pair have been boring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, echoing.
I was trying to hold on.
I'm talking to myself.
Oh, shoot.
Dugga! That's my cousin!
Is that better?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's stopped now.
I was going to switch over. I was trying to switch over to my computer, but I can't switch completely over because I started it on my phone.
No, you can.
I'm the host over there, though.
Where's the chap with the Ryzen 7
Oh, I
when
see
we
what you're
need him
saying.
most?
Huh. No, you should be able to run everything on the computer, right?
Everything at the bottom of my phone says end, like for end stream and stuff. And it
that'll still be there, but you'll have that access on your computer too.
If I leave the studio?
Yeah, if you leave the studio
you're in
with
the
your phone,
studio
it'll
on
be
the
fine.
computer, aren't you?
Yeah, you'll still be able to end it.
I don't know how.
Oh, but we'll end the whole thing. It just says leave, not end. Interesting.
Mine says end. It doesn't say anywhere to leave.
So when you click leave, it just says end stream.
No, you
on
can.
Your phone.
So you can kick your other guy out of the panel, and then exit out of the phone. Just like close the screen.
Yeah, it's not letting me click on nobody.
Oh. Well.
What was
Carl
the
probably knows this
intentions
one.
behind this? What was the intentions behind this change of position? Was you going to play a video? You muted, Chop.
No, he was using the other one.
Do you see my hand? Do you see my friend's hand there, Creative? On the thumbnail.
Yep.
Just a little tiny baby stripping wallpaper. Got a paper cut, didn't I?
Yeah, I can't do it.
Oh.
That's weird. I can't figure it out. I can just leave the one muted.
So did you use a link for your computer, or did you log in to StreamYard?
I used the link.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. I think if you logged into StreamYard into your account, then you'd be the administrator.
What did that do?
It kicked off your other one.
That was my phone line.
Yep.
I still have control on my phone. Oh well.
Damn.
I'll just have to end it from my phone when I'm ready to, I guess.
Well, it's been a good Saturday. Fun.
Good.
A little bit of shit talking.
12.
Yeah, I seen that hand thing or whatever that Unc was trying to show. Seen the post he made. Whatever that cut was doesn't need that whole wrap right there.
It's a big pawpaw.
I mean, I seen the cut. The cut was not bleeding anymore. I don't know why they would need that thing wrapped around it.
Wow. You remember when you did your first bit of decorating as a teenager? You used to do things like that, didn't you?
No, I cut my finger completely open when I was about 11, where it was almost showing the bone, and my dad put a bunch of super glue on it, and then I went back out and started doing whatever the fuck I was doing. I've never been one to put bandages on or anything. Fuck Band-Aid, they get in the way. But that dude right there, he's got a little scrape, and he wrapped his whole hand like his hand broke.
Wow. It kind of grabs the attention, grabs the eye.
Yeah, there we go.
Crowd pleaser as well. For me, it's a crowd pleaser.
I do know people like that, though. They get a little scratch on their finger, they're going to put a Band-Aid over it. Like,
what do you think, being a psychiatrist here on YouTube, what traits of a person would lead you to put such a very big bandage on such a small cut?
Well, I grew up around people like that in my family. They're you kind of get like a hypochondriac, right?
Where drama queenie syndrome.
Yeah, and then you always think something's wrong with you, and the things that are wrong with you are like major issues, but they never are actually.
Everything's out to get you.
It's somebody doesn't feel socially accepted, so they have to find different ways of getting society and people in the community to show them attention that they can't express themselves.
They need value, more meaning.
And I mean, how else do you hold the mayonnaise on your hand without a big?
This conversation has made me be able to let go of so many different emotions. Thanks, guys. I was very worried. About everything when I seen the picture, but now both you guys are here on panel telling you that basically they're a pussy. Well, it warms the cockles of my heart.
Well, I'm not going to say he's a pussy, but I mean, it didn't look bad enough to warrant a big old hand wrap. But I've had worse than just duct taped it,
I mean, if I know you and that was your cut and you had that wrapped around your hand, I would look at you and go, "You're a fucking pussy," and I wouldn't have nothing else to say about it.
And we all know that shape cut, innit? He's nicked himself with either A, a box cutter, or B, one of them 4-inch wide long paint strippers, because someone's made him attempt to strip all the asbestos Artex off his interior ceiling. So not only is he giving himself to Jesus, he's busy chopping himself up with Stanley blades, decorating. And I think it's good to see, trying to improve things, make things look nicer.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know.
Like going to the plastic surgeon, when your face is fucked and you're like 40 and it's like, well, I need to be hip again now. I'll paint my wall beige or something like that. It's like midlife crisis, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I have family members that are kind of hypochondriacs. I would say they're the definition of a hypochondriac. They've been to the hospital for all kinds of weird fucking shit, but nothing was wrong with them. So it's like, I don't know. It's a thing that people do, and it could wash over into different areas of your life, probably.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna sprain my ankle and all of a sudden fucking have a 90-day period where I can't walk. But other people, they'll fucking be on crutches. They'll have a walker. They'll have a whole program.
Well, I might say if I was to chop my finger off, and it is horrifying.
Oh yeah,
I might show that for the Laugh Factory kind of thing a bit. Yep. But I stubbed my toe this morning. It went bright red. I know it went bright red. It was right pawpaw. And I didn't post anything about it. I just put my sock back on.
Oh well, hell, I got all kinds of scratches I could post. I could die any day. Open wounds.
Scratch update after the ride. After each ride, I want a scratch update.
Yep.
Injuries.
Yeah, because I could die. I could catch a disease in any one of these open wounds any second. So I'm getting ahead of the story.
Yeah. And then you'll always have the video. Yep. You can say, look, Mother Nature did this to me. Mother Nature did me dirty. Here's the video evidence.
Yeah. And then make it how to prevent it. And then life after
this
Mother Nature trying to kill me. Like all that.
Whoa. Mother Nature made what? Mother Nature did you what?
On the lad.
How did Mother Nature do you?
Made his pinky red.
Did he?
Well, do you know what? That idea there, Creative, if you was to get a violent infection that would give you the life expectancy of, say, 12 months, if you could just document and make all that up, then when you are on your last legs, let me release it on a channel and pay you no homage for the infection video. Would you be upset? Because you've gone and got yourself all infected. You've literally gone in 2 months.
Okay, so if I post some content and then you post some content, you
haven't posted it. You haven't posted it. You've made the content, but I'm editing it. I'm editing it for you. You sent it to me for editing. So I'm putting the time in and editing this video now. It's going on Blogs channel, a Joe Blogs channel, in the last 2 months of flour for you. And I'm a millionaire now, bro. I'm cruising on 1100 ppm CO2, flying high, and you're there all shriveled up, senescing in the hospital. Do I actually owe you anything? Because you did give me the video, but I edited it, bro. That's interesting, isn't it?
No.
So how do you feel now in that hospital bed, young man?
I don't care. I'm going to come back as a fucking Pigeon.
I'm going to come back as a dog turd, and I'm going to make you skid and fall off your bike. Some great information today, eh? I wonder where Sindor is. He's been pestering me, and here he is now. I bet you, because he's not been able to do it himself. He's probably opened up that computer to fit a Ryzen 7 and completely boofed it. So now he's there furious that he can't reach out for help and go live and all that.
A Ryzen 7.
Oh, it's the latest, mate. Didn't you see him walking around with it yesterday? Oh, it was sickening.
Well, you don't like computers are shit.
He just opened it up like it was nothing, though. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, this bloody pizza menu kind of thing, you know. There's no big deal to this guy. Pulling out massive bags of RAM like it was nothing. Like he was using bags of RAM like packaging in around the fucking Ryzen boards. Sickening. Oh, here he is, look.
Yeah.
Did I just help him?
So I'm a guess. If he's throwing around RAM, he's probably like 16 to 32 gigs of RAM.
I mean, I don't even know why Sindor isn't doing another unboxing, or he's probably just done it for us live, obviously. He's probably selfishly done it for himself. But I can take the edge of it off his high. But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to tell him that, no, I'm not doing it.
I wonder if a magnetic stirrer will work for a 5-gallon bucket.
Well, you're only mixing so many milliliters, and then you're adding that liquidized compound to a large-scale batch of water. You get my meaning?
But say I got a 5-gallon bucket, because a lot of people might use 5-gallon buckets.
Yeah.
And let's say I can just sit it on a plate, and then I can drop a magnet in there, and then it just starts stirring.
Okay, now sounds a lot of heavy work moving about. It's probably just best to mix a little bit and then add that accordingly to a lot of water. But we're talking efficiency here, saving dollars off every feed with the nutrient line selection. That's what Sindor does, and that's why you can buy a motherboard.
Yeah, I was doing that for
he's obviously saved so much money on this year's nutrients that he's just gone, you know what, to hell with it. I'm going to build the biggest computer YouTube's ever seen. I think that's why he's done his comeback. He's not
you know what I think? I think I can detect jealousness. Do you want a big computer? Is your computer too small?
No,
he won't make me get one.
Sindor's going to be the best DJ.
Well, he sent me a message saying that when he's got his fabulous new Rolls-Royce computer, that he's going to donate his old vehicle all the way over here. He said, just pay postage to confirm that you've signed into the. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't read the small print. Just, you know, $200 postage. That's all he's asking.
Interesting.
I just hope when it comes, it's not like the theoretical box of empty jars. You know, I'll just get a PC case and there's fuck all in it.
You'll get the box for the new one that he's got.
Oh, the meanie. Well, not the meanie, actually. He's giving me the new box. He's probably chucked the old one because it's so very old. I don't know. You can't tell. Mexico, good to see you. And you know, when I read Sindor writing, I get that voice like, "Ooh, my magnetic stirrer came." Nah. I always get that, like his.
Yeah, that's exactly how it was too.
Oh, look at me, Chop. Oh, look at your 8-inch. My 6-inch is perfectly sized for my tent. It's like all that, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's your inline. Look at mine. It's got climate control potential, capabilities.
Look, I can do VPD.
I didn't know Sindor was like that. He was doing that.
Yeah, he's
Well,
complete.
he is for right now for this scenario.
Oh, let me find out.
Well, here, you tell me a scenario where you ever see the good Lord Sindor swing by without him just showing off. You know, he'll come in with his comments and there'll be somebody on panel chatting shit and Sindor will come in with one sentence and completely shut everything down and the stream pretty much. Either that or he's going, oh, look at how easy this is. Oh, I just sit back with my feet up and everything builds itself. He's so, I don't know.
Yeah, you sound like
Contempt is the
you
wrong
sound
word.
like at one point in time you thought you could get married, but then you found out Sindor wasn't like that, and now you're just kind of like,
You see, there again, you reveal yourself creative. You're not a true grower. If you've been around long enough, you'd know that Sindor actually freed me from flyby. I was held captive. And treated mean, mate. I had it bad there for a while. And Sindor just stepped in one day like a knight in shining armor, waved his magic wand, and freed me. And forever that day, I've always owed Sindor a modicum of respect.
Your life.
Like, yeah, he's a smarmy arsehole. Oh, look at me, Sindor. Nice fan. Do you know what I mean? You've got to sandwich the good with the bad.
interesting. So you just admitted to what I was saying.
Probably. Oh, like, bro, look.
And it must make you feel big-headed, you know, when it's like the celebrity showing up at the poor man's party, innit? He'll pop in for a few minutes. Everybody, the whole show turns into something about how much he disgusts me, and it's all Sindor, and most of the time we're still talking about him, and he's long gone. He loves it. He'll pop back in 10 minutes later, sit back and sneer at us, still on banging on about him. A lot of people are jealous of Sindor.
Well,
I'm starting to wonder if you don't.
do you have a Sindor poster in your bedroom?
What? That's what it sounds like. Like maybe it's above his bed.
I just watched there's a video of Sindor dancing there to the man Crip Mac with he has swollen head syndrome or something, which he self-inflicted. I didn't edit that to make it look so silly. I just put that on repeat. That's on my wall. 2D posters. I at least need movement.
Wow.
Well, you can get your Sindor calendars. They'll be out shortly.
Sorry, Chop, what was that?
Oh, Sindor calendar?
A Sindor calendar.
Yeah.
Do you know which one I'm looking forward to? The month of December. I will never forget the December times last year. I think it was last year.
It's called 365 Days of Sindor.
Oh, one every day?
Yep.
You've had to go way back in all the selfies Sindor sent you then, haven't you, to get all that many?
Yeah, when you're a winner. You can't go month by month on a calendar. It's got to be day by day.
It's day by day.
Imagine that though. Findor sending you a selfie of him being dead cheesy in his lair. You can just imagine him posting things like that on TikTok.
Well, I think it's like $2 or $3. You can sign up for it. They'll send you a picture every day.
Wow. There's a spectrum to everything, isn't there? Some people like to support those voluptuous ladies. Other people support people with chromosome disorders. And I think Sindor fits in the middle there comfortably between those two.
He sent you veggie pics.
He said, yeah, I've seen his fat marrow.
What you call me?
Do you guys even have marrows over there?
What is that?
You know, a
Is it-
courgette.
Is that a Chinese word?
It's an old courgette, I think.
A what?
So courgette,
Is it French?
something like that, like a cucumber shaped thing
Cuban.
that you'd normally eat early. You know, you grow them big and they grow into the size of a thigh, a human thigh. And they're inside there, you scoop the guts out, they're all hollow. And then you make a lovely mixture of beef and onion and all that malarkey's, gravy and all fun
mean
stuff
like
like that. And you
like a
place
gourd?
it
You cook
inside
a
the
Cuban
marrow.
thigh.
Like a
I don't
gourd?
get it.
Like
gourd?
a what? Like a
gourd?
gourd. Yeah, if you could imagine a gourd, like a huge gorge, like a zeppelin. I don't know of a thing, just a
What
big
the
fat
fuck?
cucumber, a huge cucumber or courgette. It's a courgette. But you guys probably don't even grow them that long there. That's an old native
probably said
thing.
like
Yeah,
Yeah.
aren't the
10
longer
words, I
they
don't know.
are, don't they get bitter?
This is why you cook them. They
Yeah.
almost get a pumpkin squash type.
Squash.
I'm still trying to figure out why you're in Egypt.
He's not still.
Holiday because it's cold and all that. There's a
Oh, he might be.
realization that you go away in summer and it's like, why am I going away when it's the nicest weather in the whole country? Do you know what I mean? So I'm a big fan of going away for the cold times here. And then when you're doing that, you are kind of restricted as to where you go without being crazy and taking young fledglings into faraway lands on very long flights. Yeah.
So you're like a snowbird. We call
Yes,
them snowbirds.
exactly.
When it gets cold, you head to warmer temperatures.
And also, if you time it right, you can go there and come back with more money than if you would have just stayed here with the heating on and eating and all that shit, you know, costing you a lot of money each day. Over there, it's fuck all. You flights like so last year, though the not this one that we just had, but the one before that, we went for a week, 2 of us, all inclusive, flights, everything, all the connections, everything in the world you wanted to eat, fun fairs, all fucking hundreds of pools, bars, all that shit for the whole week for under 900 quid, which is
$20.
$1,200, you know. It's nothing a day. And then while you're over there, if you're a smoker, on the way back, you can buy yourself a year's worth of smokes, which you probably cost you $3,000 here. You can buy for like 300 quid there. So the holidays just paid for itself by bringing them back with you. Cheat codes.
Hell yeah, you got to figure out a way to die quicker and cheaper.
Well, no, you see, you don't even have to smoke to buy the cigarettes. That's a hack, you know. Because when you bring them back, it's gold. Because
Yeah, I know.
if you, like, there's people that will there's people here that will pay fucking out. Like, I can't even remember how much cigarettes they are here, but say they're like $20 pack. Well, now they're $10. Everybody will want that, and that $10 costs you $3. So all sorts of potential. Wonderful board, family members, donations, no actual sales. You know,
So, there's more money in cigarettes than weed.
If you're manoeuvring it that way. Weight-wise, yeah, absolutely. So the pack that I smoke here, it's 28 quid. 28 quid. Over there, it's £2.60 or something like that. So it's like literally 200 fags there is 20 quid, 25 quid. Here, that's going to cost you
What'd
nearly
you call me?
200. You know what I mean?
A bundle of
But isn't
sticks?
it like that there? Can't you guys like?
What?
Well, when you go away on holidays, you guys bring duty free back because we have that here, like tax free product, alcohol, cigarettes, perfumes.
No.
Oh, we can bring it
Ain't
in
nothing
a
free.
certain amount.
No,
We can bring it in.
A lot of that stuff you just named, they don't even let us take on the airplane.
No, fuck no. Might get shot trying to bring some of that shit on the airplane.
Oh no, this is so you're gonna go into the airport, you're gonna pass through security, give you bags, everything, strip search, you know.
That's my
And
favorite
then
part.
then before you get on the plane, obviously there is a sales potential of all this stuff and foods and all that shit. So that's duty free. And when say you're coming from Egypt, where it's 20 quid for a 200-pound pack of fags, cigarettes, you can just buy them and bring them back into the country because there's no risk. You've brought them after security.
You already passed security.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, this
I
whole
thought
time
that
you were
was
talking about
everywhere.
gay people. I didn't even know.
He was talking about fags.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about cigarettes. I'm totally
He
confused now.
was. He was the whole time. He was talking about fags. Cigarettes.
So you don't have a duty free. If I flew out to your airports, there isn't shops in there that
There's
sell
shops,
things.
but you're gonna still pay tax.
If you fly out to my airport, you're getting robbed as soon as you get here. And it's not me, it's just the place is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know about that whole non-tax thing. You're getting taxed.
Yeah. Well, it's more about the saving tax on it when you bring it in. Because you brought it out there where there isn't necessarily such a strong tax system or whatever.
Yeah, we got a great question in the chat. How many fags do you bum a day?
Same as Nuggy, 6. I roll my own.
I ain't seen how many fags.
So how would this go then? How would this go? So you fly out to Egypt, okay? You fly out to Egypt where they do the duty free. Yeah, you're coming, mate.
I'm a felon. I can't go nowhere, bro.
Oh, you've got a water tomorrow, haven't you?
If they'll allow, I just got regular felony, non-person, non-aggravated felony.
Yeah, well,
non-drug felony.
we're going on YouTube. You're in the safety of your own home. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Picture this. We're sweating hot walking through the Egyptian duty-free section, and you find a product there that's 10 times less than you pay for it in your own home state, and you buy that. When you come into the lands of America, what's going to happen with that product? cigarettes or alcohol wise speaking?
Usually you just get off the plane and you just go. You just walk up,
They ain't checking that
You don't
shit
have to
because
go
you've
through
already
like a
cleared your
checkout.
shit.
I don't think so. You might have to go. Actually, you might have to go. No, you would. You'd have to go
You
through
clear it.
a clearing, customs. You have to go through customs.
Yeah, you see here, they're on your plane by the time you're getting off and doing all that. You've only got your little bit of hand luggage, and that's already been checked thoroughly. So they ain't really digging about in that anymore. They did that at the other place.
Here they would, you'd still have to, declare whatever you bring.
Okay, so now, is there a limit on any of that? And would you have to pay tax on it? Because if not, there's a pack code there, a Home Depot code that would pay for your holiday. You'd be surprised how many packages of rolling tobacco or whatever is smallest for volume and blah 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 you can fit in just a rucksack. Could pay for one of you guys' holidays, especially if you're buying it yourself and spending $20 a day on it.
I don't know if they would let you bring in alcohol and tobacco like that.
They don't even let you declare like that. Damn shame. I watched some of these airport videos, and I know that to be true in places like Australia.
Well, like
you can't bring fuck all into there.
When I was leaving Vegas, I had like 3 unopened brand new bottles of alcohol. And because I didn't check them, and I had them on carry-on, they weren't going to let me keep them. Even though they were brand new.
So what, did they take those away from you?
I had to throw them in the garbage.
Is it the real life garbage, or is it the specially selected garbage can with all the nice brand new bottles of alcohol for the homeless people?
It's probably the people that are... It's the bin that they turn around and sell to the people that just landed in Vegas.
Well, yeah, it goes straight back into the store. Well, do you know what?
Off items.
I bet you whoever's the bin man for that bin is a big player.
Rich.
Yeah, he'll be smuggling. He'll be walking out like MC Hammer with his trouser legs full of Jack Daniels.
Yeah, DOA has a great question too. Who's bumming fags? What the fuck combo is this? So we were just talking about cigarettes.
You could technically bum one, but that's a bumming. That, as that phrase I understand it, is not used here. It would be scrounge. It would be tap, beg, ass. There you go.
Oh, if you were saying it here, you would just say, like, what kind of cigarettes do you buy or smoke?
Or you wouldn't even say bum anymore. You'd be like, hey, let me get the smoke.
Oh, I've heard people say, let me bum a smoke. Can I bum a smoke to you? I've heard that.
What's a fanny to you?
A what?
A fanny.
What's a fanny? Yeah.
A fanny's your ass.
You see, that's crazy, because a fanny is a sweet, beautiful lady garden here. If you're a fanny, you're a pussy. You fanny. But I know you, because you guys have fanny packs, don't you? So when I hear people say that, it always brings a smile to my old face.
Fanny pack?
A fanny pack. Because let's not forget, a fanny is a pussy. So it's like the pussy pack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that
everything
like
you need.
Is that your prison?
And also, if I went outside with no pants on, I would get arrested.
No, you wouldn't.
Would, because pants.
How do you know this? Who told you this?
Well, it's very well known in this area.
But how is it known if you don't know anybody that it happens to?
Well, no, I've seen people get done for it. Believe you me.
Okay.
People used to run across football fields without their pants. And pants are pants, aren't they? You know, like your boxer shorts or your briefs. And that's not what your guys' pants are they? So when they say, "Oh, I've got no," "Oh, dude, I've not got my pants on," again, that means you'll just walk. You're free balling. In my eye, you're free balling.
That means you got no pants or underwear on. Like, hey, I'm pantless.
Yeah.
Jammy
Because
tops,
of
no
course.
bottoms. That means
Because
I'm
of course.
swinging.
Yeah, free balling. Because you're not even who's gonna. The trousers are already off. If my pants are off, that's like the pants are the last line of defense. So why are you taking them off? You have to take your trousers off to get your pants. So there's another English lesson. Well, how our native tongue is.
No, I can look at chat. I was watering plants.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and have to get off here. I'm trying to figure out how to get some tickets to Egypt.
Oh,
That
shit.
could pay for your whole year's worth of cigarettes there, Creative. Just
I don't smoke
forget
cigarettes.
Yeah, but if you get them for 3, you can sell them for 28.
I haven't smoked
that. No,
in...
they don't even let you keep things like that, I don't think. So but that's my information was booth information. Can you imagine?
Oh, I can't imagine.
No.
I haven't smoked in almost 4 years.
Damn, that's good.
Well, I'm never going to... When I quit finally. I was like, I quit many times in my life. But this time...
I don't know if you drink. Maybe you have the odd occasion, which will be the worst climate to have this experience in. But don't you ever smell the nicotine and think and remember the good old golden days? You know.
Nope. Cigarettes don't smell.
You can't literally feel that smoke coating your lungs and its deadly goodness.
No, I don't like I've never liked the smell of cigarettes. I've never really liked the taste of cigarettes neither.
Well, why did you smoke them then?
I'm fucking addict.
Yeah, okay. Junkie mentality. I get it.
Yep. Bro, I smoked 2 packs a day when I first got out of prison.
Hey, if you were going to smoke cigarettes, you'd be the best goddamn cigarette smoker this place has ever seen, isn't it? I know your mentality.
Like he
You'll
would be like,
smoke.
Here, let me give you fuck, I can't even say it. Analogy of how good of a smoker he would be. Like if he was out riding a bike, mountain biking, he would. You got to turn it over into mountain biking. That's how good he is. That's how good of a smoker he would be.
Yeah.
I quit smoking because I was jogging and working out a bunch, and it just occurred to me that people that work out and jog don't smoke cigarettes, and I was like, I got to make a decision which path in my life I'm taking. So I made the decision to stay active and get away from cigarettes. Because I just smoke a lot of cigarettes. I'm like ADHD, so I can chain smoke all day.
You just jog to the next bench to sit down and have a cigarette.
No, I would smoke a cigarette in the truck as I'm going to a place to go jog for like an hour. And then I get back in the truck, immediately light a cigarette before I even drank any fucking water or anything. That's what I was doing. Like, the fuck?
He'd have a cigarette and then have a cigar for dessert. Yeah. That's what he'd do. Take it down with a cigar.
Always have a cigarette after a joint. So he always had to smoke a joint.
I've even seen him with a big fat cigar with a hole in it and a cigarette pushed through the cigar like a cross. You know what I mean? Like them joints.
Yeah. I did that. Did you see that? Did I send you that picture of that joint that I had packed in front of a cigarette? So you could smoke the whole, through the cigarette, you could smoke the whole joint down and it would hit the cigarette and light the cigarette, and then you can smoke the whole cigarette.
Well, there's cultures that do that, innit? They will put a cigarette at like a filter. They'll snap a cigarette off in half and then roll a joint on the end of it. or the other way round, I forget it. But they'll have the nicotine in there.
It just
Man, I
doesn't.
don't know.
It
I
doesn't
feel like
taste
if you can
bad.
quit smoking cigarettes, it's a big win.
So hang on, Chop. You've got cigarettes. You smoke the cigarette.
I smoke the cigars.
So why you got the cigarettes? So this isn't you we're talking about, is it? So how
What?
many cigars would you smoke in a day?
Probably a pack.
What's that? 5? 3?
20.
20,
1?
20.
20? Yeah, I bet creative. How many was you on when you was the best smoker you was?
Well, when I first got out, I was doing like 2 packs a day, and then I got to a pack a day.
See?
So
He's
right when I
on
quit
2
smoking
packs.
cigarettes, I was smoking about a pack a day every day.
He's
So
on
that's the same thing.
1 pack a lung. You're only on half a pack a lung. Chop.
No, a whole pack is 20 cigarettes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're on. Oh well. Anyway, the math's not there. Anyway, what I'm saying is you was a lot better smoker. Best, I'll bet.
No, hell no. No, I smoke the
Nuggies
shittiest kind of cigarette you can
only on
think of
6.
too. I smoke the nasty kind of cigarettes,
Yeah, if I buy a
and
regular, like
and I'm
these
a shitty
cigars,
kind of cigarette smoker too, because I go in the bathroom and turn the fucking vent on and sit there and smoke a cigarette. It's not a good. I don't know.
closet smoker.
How long was you
Yeah,
doing
that's
that
weird.
for? I respect people that can give up the nicotine so freely.
Yeah, yeah.
Something
No, it was
I struggle
difficult.
with.
It was very difficult actually, but it took. Once you make the decision to quit, obviously you can do anything you make a real decision on. The
Yeah,
whole
that's
problem is you
true.
just can't make the decision correctly, so it makes it difficult.
Well, it's the mind over matter. You know,
It
you gotta
really
get
is, because quitting is not that hard. But if you try to
Well,
quit and you're not ready, it's fucking stupid hard, because you haven't really made that decision.
right.
You know, you're not really ready to do it. So I wasn't going to quit until I was ready. That's why I was smoking, doing whatever the fuck I wanted to do. But then when I was finally ready, I quit. Because I've tried to quit a bunch of my life, and I've never been able to do it longer than like a month or so. I've always liked cigarettes quite a bit. They make me feel good when I smoke them.
Oh, flyby, come up, add some life to these pair. Boring, man.
Yeah, I got to
Come
get
on.
off here later.
Later.
Make sure you get all your fake voter registration forms in for Joe Biden for this next election, so we can get him in there next time.
Don't you got? Are you getting Kyle Cushman on your show?
I might someday in the future.
Who's on your show next?
I think Tico Biological.
There you go. Friday.
Yeah, Tico's pretty cool. Have you heard of them?
No.
They just focus on the microbes. And they have certain kinds of microbes that mine certain things. So, like if you're an outdoor grower or
Yeah.
Shit like that, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here because
All right.
Uncle's been interrupting me the whole time.
I'll talk to you later.
No, kidding.
Cheers, Graham.
Later. Have a good day.
Looks like you're getting the cold shoulder there, Sindor. Gromy Sindor. And I can hear Sindor's fingers tapping on the.
Ouch.
There we go. Woo. Jeez, that was close there. You see what I like it. Flyby. Keep kept him waiting there.
Well,
All's good.
bye. It's almost camping season.
Any other topics you want to discuss there, Chop? Critiques, reviews, Information.
Not really. I mean, I don't know. Oh, wrong one.
I mean, sometimes, you know, when it gets a bit tricky to find a fresh topic, isn't it? That we don't feel like that we've been over that many times.
Well, certainly, like, how many times can you talk about? Like, holy shit.
Don't even ask me that question, because it's almost a crazy statement to hear from the chopped mouth. Because how many times have we been over this?
Yeah, I don't think I have that many fingers or toes.
No. Have you got any spare ones in the freezer?
No. No, not my freezer. I can get you some if you need some.
Fresh frozen ones as well.
Yeah, I didn't even know you could just like keep body parts like that.
No, I didn't. I'm like, I didn't. Next time I go to get something amputated from the hospital, I'm gonna ask for a take me out, a doggy bag.
Yeah, can I just go ahead and take it all? I'm gonna put it in the freezer. Yeah. Right next to the fucking Christmas ham. I wonder if they got socks on them.
I met a lady one time in the evening together, you know, wakey up times in the morning, and there tucked away on the bedside table was a little jar with these like little waxy looking chunks in, you know. Looked, it was intriguing, and I thought, oh, what's that there that we've got there? And it was the gallstones. Like, I'm glad I didn't put one in my stem. I'll tell you that.
You just take a big swig of it. Ooh, I like breakfast.
Yeah, the things you did when you was young.
Did you sneak out while she was in the bathroom?
That was a beautiful relationship, that one.
Yeah. Gallstones were already gone.
Oh, once I knew this. It's kind of already stole my heart anyway. But once I knew she was keeping body parts, I knew I'd found the one.
Yeah. You were really curious what the 55-gallon drum was in the living room.
You never know. Yeah, you never know what you're going to find now.
Like, this is like Easter.
I don't know if Jiwi's still alive.
I don't know. There's 31 people here, like, what, 2-3 people talking.
Oh, don't be like that, Doc. The trolls are just, you know, they're all trolls.
No,
You just can't be asked. They've just all.
the lurkers. I appreciate the lurkers.
I did not bothered about anything that much with regards to that, but it's I mean, you know, especially if we're trying to keep it about the plans, it's like how much input what you're going to do. You say something, what they're going to say. Yeah, no, right, or I have to agree, or you know.
Yeah.
And then having a good team.
What do you think the number one thing people do wrong is in the grow or with plants that you've seen?
I think people waste a lot of space. You don't need a 6 foot tall plant to hit your numbers. Like the more Like I shoot for a 4-foot tall plant and I want my canopy depth a certain height. Certain strains I can get away with more canopy depth, others I can't, depending on, leaf density and, calic ratios and everything else. But I don't think people maximize their space well. And I see a lot of people wasting time and energy and money on a plant that you could have done more with less. Like you don't need to grow a 6-foot tall plant. You just don't.
To strip the bottom 4 feet off.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It's always my favorite.
It's
Throw
crazy.
some pavings in there. Pull it all. Yeah.
I'm surprised I'm not mad at you, Trop, because I saw Undercover Chronic in chat talking away, and I didn't even care.
No, I don't care.
But it didn't make me change my opinion on you. 0.1 gram per watt. There's no difference.
Yeah, I don't care.
It is what it is. That's with the grow, innit? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, like I say, sometimes people go in chats. That's the only live chat going on, and there's people in there they want to chat with, and
Yeah. Hey,
the way it is. I mean,
but then it might be like, I can't be seen chatting there. I better not chat there.
yeah, I mean, do whatever you feel is best for you. If you're that worried about somebody worrying about you, worrying about something, worrying about you, worrying about something, then I guess you can just keep worrying.
Well, I mean, it depends how much of a kind of an internet acquaintance stroke friend, how big of a one they are. Because I appreciate the heads up. If every morning when they wake up, if my stem's still hot, first thing in the morning, and I'm really, broken, then I'd appreciate the, hey, put the stem down, buddy. But when it's something as carefree and true as talking in a GV chat, you just can't hate. You can't hate for that.
No, I don't. Yeah. Do whatever you're gonna do. I mean, a lot of people aren't gonna really hang out with anybody in real life anyway. Like,
And then, but where does everyone hang out though? Then anyway,
yeah,
they're still there, aren't they?
yeah, they're just not talking, right? That's how the people know that you're there. It's because they're watching. They're just not talking.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's okay. Like, whatever.
Oh, did you see Hot ABC?
Oof. I think I see the pictures. Yeah.
It looked like the herb rosemary when I first seen it, and if you squint your eyes, you'll believe it to be true as well. It's so fingery.
Yeah, looks like herb of some sort.
It's do you know if they did that over there, they'd say, yeah, that one's a washer, innit? You know when they're saying that one's a washer.
Yeah, that's definitely a washer. Because what else are you gonna do? What else are you gonna do with it?
Yeah. Well, it's just going to break up into small tablet-sized nodules, isn't it?
Yeah, especially if it needs to dry still.
I hope we do see it after the cure, though.
Yeah, you're talking about squinting your eyes again, aren't you? Squint your eyes, you can see it. Yeah, cicadas are out. You guys get them this year. We had them last year.
Oh, I've seen a horrifying video of them on a tree covered in it. It looked like hell on a tree. If they all came on you, oh my God. Not that if they jumped on you.
Yeah, we had the trees were just covered with them last year. And then they come out of their little skeleton thing. So you got these like skeleton little body deals everywhere.
Yeah, we have a similar thing over here. They're called, well, we call them buzz bombs, but they're pretty rare. And when you see them, they'll only be 50 or 100 throughout a whole tree or something. But the ones I've seen videos over there, it's like the whole bark is squealing, the whole tree.
Oh
All
man,
covered.
so loud.
Oh, and they freak me out because it's not like they're a soft bug and you just squish them. If you grab one, they're so bony.
Well, what you gotta be careful of too is like here, the copperheads like the cicadas, so you gotta be careful of the fucking snakes because when the copperhead or when the cicadas are out like that, fucking gotta watch for the snakes.
Billions here. Them little microbes devouring devouring everything. So what are they eating? The trees that are out there, or are they eating little insects?
I'm not sure what they eat.
No, I'm not either.
I don't think they live very long. I think they come out, pretty much do their business, and fucking die off, and then they're young or whatever, come out and then go into the ground and come out when it's time to come out again. Some of them are 7 years, some of them are 11 years, some of them are 9 years.
Ah, they're eating all the roots.
Yeah, they eat the roots while they're under there. I don't. They eat
So
up.
they're basically doing a perpetual, aren't they? They're vegging for 17 years and then flowering short terms and the whole cycle. Then the next year, there's the previous year. Yeah, hooked. And they just must get more and more because everyone that comes out's making more than one.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Exponential growth.
Just think of that flyby. You probably won't see those ones. That'll be the last time you ever see those ones in your lifetime. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe you'll live another time.
Next year, there'll probably be trillions next year.
I don't know. I don't know if we have any coming out next year either.
So they come up like every year, like clockwork then?
No, nope. So there's different breeds of them. Some of them are 7, some of them, I think there's a 3-year, but then there's like an 11-year, there's a 17-year, I think there's a 9-year. So they're just random. Like, oh shit, the 9-year's coming out this year. You know, like last year.
I can just picture a flyby doing a cosplay of Sindor right now, driving around on a mower, typing away on YouTube, finding everything so easy with a big cheesy grin. That's how I like to think of flyby at the moment.
Riding down the road in a Power Wheels.
No, it's just so easy for him. And Sindor's just sat back thinking, he'll never be like me. Never. These are the pictures I put together in my mind, you know?
Well, that's weird. Easy street.
Easy street. Is your street easier than Sindor's?
Oh,
I think Sindor's already typed a response and he's just waiting for Flyby to say something before he press send
yep.
to make it look like it was cat-like reflexes. But I know how he plays his game. Flyby's probably now he can't keep up with Sindor. He's probably like struggling to type and mow at the same time now. He's under pressure from Sindor, and Sindor's not even trying. By the way, he's not even watching anymore.
I think Sindor with his fancy computer just talks and it types for him.
Hey, it might be set up that way. Oh, that's just like him. So like very antisocial.
Or maybe a helmet. He has a helmet and it just reads his mind.
What's that? He's walking around with a helmet like Earwolf. You know, like the guy in Earwolf with a big bite. No, like Luke Skywalker. He's got a big helmet on with VR, and he's not even pressing buttons. He's just pointing at things.
Yep.
So if you look at him from the distance, it looks like he's doing a electro techno kind of dance, but he's actually typing away and controlling multiple communities.
Yeah, destroying people's worlds. Yeah. Taking over.
What does Sigma mean? I never understood all that trendy talk. Sigma mean the crop.
I don't know what he's talking about.
You don't know what Sigma means then?
I would say like number one. I mean, like top dog,
I thought that was alpha.
like alpha. Yeah. I don't know.
So is an alpha better than a sigma?
I've heard people be called Alpha Sigma.
Oh, bravo.
Oh man, I ain't looking shit up. I'm on my phone.
No, I'm not asking you to look actual real
No.
information up.
Why
We're
not?
on YouTube.
Flyby said, look it up.
Why are we going to look that up? I think he's trying to trap you into saying that that our friend Sindor is below Flyby merely on the grounds that Flyby is a room grower.
Ooh.
And he doesn't just stack nutrients, he stacks tents.
You don't even grow vegetables, Flyby.
How do you know?
Ooh, I don't know. I thought that when I said it.
You see, we need, before you jump to conclusions and make wild accusations like that, I need at least a screenshot of Flyby saying he doesn't even grow vegetables anyway.
I think we ought to do a fucking tomato grow off.
Oh, goddamn Flyby, goddamn him. You see how clever he is? He's basically throwing shade over Sindor and also casting judgment on the two panel members, saying that we need to have us having to look up Sigma means we are so below Flyby's intellect. He's supposed to be in the positive gang as well.
Flyby's probably just pissed. He's sitting at the dentist or something. He's probably at the dentist typing in fucking live chat. Pissed. Oh, I don't know. He's probably watching a movie typing in.
But who knows? I mean, Flyby came in chat and then Sindor left. Who knows whether Sindor's like rage quit and been run off by old Flyby there, or whether he's just frowning upon us, frankly.
On Saturday, probably somewhere.
wonder what happened to one of our. You remember Deer Channel 2? His tooth was bad. We was getting that pulled and that. Just checking the insurance will cover everything.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't. I've not seen him around.
I was wondering if there was fights or something. I'm surprised Nuggy ain't around. Nobody's around. Where's everybody at? Saturday.
Jeez, it's late, isn't it? It is here anyway. I didn't realise it was that late. Dinner, nearly.
Is it dinner time?
Yeah, well, it should be. I've already got dinner sorted time. That's what time it is. It's oh shit. I've been talking that long. I forgot about dinner. What the fuck am I gonna do now? Time.
Yeah, like, oh shit. It's dinner time. I always, at that point, you just yell, fend for yourself, Nug.
Do you over there? Do you have the delicacy known as Jersey Royal potatoes?
No,
It's a literal 2-week, 4-week window in the year.
Are they small?
They're little baby new potatoes, but they have to be from Jersey, little island between England and France. And they have got, there's not a single potato like it. They're so distinct, the flavour of them. Oh, the beauties. So it's that season here. You have them with lamb.
Oh, you better eat those while you can.
Yep. So they are £3.50 a kilo. So that's
Yeah. 2.2
like
pounds.
that's $6. Wow, $5.50. £2 potatoes. It's nearly as much as outdoor Detroit weed, isn't it? But it is though, isn't it? It's 6 times. It's a 12th of the price.
You can make more money off of potatoes.
Yeah, but for if you do them in your tent, oh no, they've got to be outdoor for the $30. But I bet you, how many bloody pounds are you going to pull off that 4x4 area of potatoes compared to you? I don't know. Could be
You can get a
close.
lot of potatoes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put a bunch of 30-gallon garbage cans in there. Fucking fill them. Grow your potatoes up. Cover them up. Grow them up. Cover them up. Man, you can do a lot.
Well, it's pretty fucked up when, say, if there was bigger, the price of a jacket potato, baked potato, will be the same as an 8.
Oh, what?
A jacket potato.
Is as much as a what?
As an 8.
Oh, yeah. Like, that's crazy.
At that point, it's cheaper to eat weed.
Yeah, you might as well fucking. Yeah.
But how do they let it get to that point? How do they water everything down
I don't know.
and undercut each other so ruthlessly to drive it? I don't get it. Surely it hurts the game, innit?
Now I want potatoes.
I don't know what I'm doing now. It's probably going to be the old the Arabs for me. Some Indian takeaway.
Yeah, potato skins. They're always good. Fry them up. Yeah, no range for you.
I've got some real, actual life activities I've got to participate in now.
Yep. I'm about ready to get off anyway. It's been over 4 hours.
How would you? What? How would you feel if you had to do another 4 hours job, or even another after that? Do you think
I'd probably put it on mute and do something else.
Yeah. Well, you know, when all the banter's going down and shit talking, that gives you a little boost, doesn't it? Does me.
It's just something to do.
Wakes you up.
Yep. It's almost nap time.
Well, have a good one.
All right.
It's been a fun chat. Fun talk. Cheers, chat. See you later. Cheers, Chop.
Cheers, buddy. Okay. All right, chat. Have a good day. I'm out. Peace.